like shaking. I wonder, like, what it was. I don't know. Oh, bye TikTok. I guess I'll stop my virtual camera. Yeah, it really is, but that's a really long ban, so that makes me, like, really nervous. Because I really don't want to get permabanned again. Because that's why I made this second account. Alright, hold on. Let's do the, I think I prefer to use a pile of ash. Oh, that's so mean.
And I think I was safer with the mind flayers.
Oh!
Next time, just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we
Ryan,
go?
that'd be so much
Do you have
better.
any other chaos you need to unleash here?
Cloud is right. I bet it's for Astarion. Oh, for like. Wait, what did Astarion say? I don't know. Oh, let's redo this. Thanks.
Company.
Same.
We see plenty of each other already.
Not enough.
Tempting as
Strip.
it is to keep you all to yourself, it'd be terrible company if we didn't mingle for at least part of the evening.
Yeah, Kazuo's the same. Boop. The snoot. Don't leave me hanging. Hi, Tara. That was so cute.
I love you. Now go on, before I change my mind.
About loving me or what?
Nice.
Oh my god.
Fine.
The pattern swirls before you, runes hacked crudely into his flesh. You can't read it, but you recognize the letters. Infernal. The language of the hells.
Thank you guys so much for starting a hype train. You guys are so sweet.
What does
What's
it say?
up, Aaron? It's mostly Texas. Texas. Are we looking? I just want to like bounce a quarter off it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but like our booties would make a good couple. And I'm not Team Astarion, but our butts would make like a really like good like couple. Wait. Here's what a hunk. I'm sorry.
Infernal. Are you sure? Can you show me?
Okay. So we'll save and we'll do both of them. Alright, so we'll save over I was right there. Save game. That way I don't have to be Gale when I start too. Oh, no, don't leave.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that blast? I was right there! Gods! Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
Okay, we'll do, sorry, I'll be more careful next time.
Next time? No. If there is a next time, I'll be the one aiming your powerful weapon. Thank you. Although, I do appreciate you trying to fix your mistake. Just don't do it again. Now, shall we go?
No. Boo, go lay down. Are you gonna be a bad kitten? Are you being a bad kitten today? And by kitten, I mean doggy. Hi, everybody. Okay, question for you guys. Do we like the GIF, yes or no? Because it's either the GIF or it's gonna be the little PNG thing that Tom made for me. Is it too much? I thought it was funny. It's kind of funny, right? You like the GIF? Okay, cool. If it ends up being too much, let me know. Love the GIF. All right, cool. If it gets too much, let me know. Hi guys. Hello everybody. Hello. Yeah, no cam today. I felt like doing no cam was probably better than not streaming, right? Also, let me do some kisses. First, Spades, thank you. Shinobi, not first, thank you. Mr. Ware, W Clutchy. Mwah, Supernova, mwah, Awesome Boy, mwah, Kyle, mwah, Leon Smones, Canary, mwah, Dangos, mwah, Panda Monster, mwah, Shinobi, mwah, Amaya, mwah, Duncan, mwah, Sushi Guy, mwah. It's Wednesday? You mean that's not a live camera? Wait, shh, they'll know. Charlie, you want a treat? Wait, hold on. So you guys know I'm giving the dogs a treat. So you guys know. You want a treat? No. Alright, well, does your brother want one? Hold on, don't I have... Hold on. I have something funny that I can do right here. Hold on. I have something really funny. Let's see if I can do this. I think it'd be kind of funny. Let's see. There we go. See? I've been here the entire time, guys. I've been here the entire time. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. See? I've been here the entire time. That's me. All right, here we go. Dog treats. Dog treats. Charlie, eat it. Eat it. Put it in your mouth. Good dog. Here you go. There's my just chatting scene of the day. That's awful, by the way. Let's get out of there. Yo, awesome boy. That's a pretty awesome stream streak you got there. Oh, thanks, awesome boy. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I really appreciate that. Also, thank you for the treats, Panda Monster, Marshmallow, mwah, Jinx, mwah, Rex, Zambi, mwah, Opal's Buttercup, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss you. When did you dye your hair green again? Right? Hi, Barbaven. Hi, Opal's Buttercup. They can't have them for free. Panda Monster, you're so hot for that. I'm gonna refund your channel points, though. That was really nice of you. Here's your. I don't. How many channel points is it? 1,000? That's a lot of. I did it. They're your points. Raven, thank you for the 155 stream streak. What the fudgy wudgy. Marshmallow, thank you for the 20 stream streak. What is happening? Opus Buttercup. Little gun. I don't need them. Damn. What are you saving up for? The apocalypse? I'm joking. I'm gonna try to get those letters out for. Oh, thank you for the follow. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. I'm glad I'm not the only one that forgets to follow my mutuals on other social medias. Maya papaya. Thank you for the forehead. I gotta scramble for a bit. I'll be back. Do your thing, chicken wing. Do your thing, chicken wing. God, I forgot how good it feels to not stream with the camera on. Alright, guys, I'm never gonna stream with the camera ever again. You guys mind? I'm joking. But God. Oh, you know, I have to post on Twitter that I'm live. Hold on. So I'm gonna post on Twitter that I'm doing the giveaways. Okay, so question. So I know this code is for the cosmetics for the Blood Moon, and I'm pretty sure these cosmetics for the Blood Moon, like, hold on, let me open up the game. Don't these, like, leave the store in 16 hours? So if you win, do you, like, have to redeem the code within 16 hours, or they're gone forever? It's these cosmetics. It's these four. So the code, there's 2 codes, and each code gives you all 4 cosmetics for the Blight, Sable, Jacob, and Deathlinger. So it's for these 4, but I don't, I think these leave the store in 16 hours, right? Right? I don't know. Yeah, okay, so if you guys win, use the codes right away, just in case. What's up, Groovy Necronomicon? Yeah, I gotta tweet that I'm live. Live now. Giving away Blood Moon cosmetic codes for 2 lucky winners. Yippee! Oh, wives, by the way. Wives? Yippee! Get away Blood Moon cosmetic codes for 2 lucky winners. Yippee! Thanks. Dead by Day. Oh. Thanks, Dead by Daylight, for the codes. Heart. Smiley face. Alright. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Go. Alright, posted. Good enough. Good enough! Hi, Crypt! Make sure your channel is the one that I have the most points in those. Really? Oh, wow. That makes me feel really special. A VTuber? Remember, like, what was it? Last year or the year before? I did a VTuber for a couple weeks in a row. Like, I did it, like, a couple times a week. That was nice. That was fun. Also, guys, don't forget to type #kitten in the chat if you want to enter in to win the giveaway. So, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't know when I'm going to pull the winners. Oh my god, is that the sloth bag? Dangles, I'm going to ban you. Sloth bag! These are 27 monthlies. What the heck? You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Sloth, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh! Enjoy your lurky turkey! Paperwork, another appointment for transing my gender. Shut up. Haven't sorted out. The paperwork is for my prescription. Shut up. I love this. I love these updates. Thank you so much for these, Jinx. I'm so happy for you. Oh, do you guys want an update? It's not as hype as your transing gendering, unfortunately. But I did buy, my dad took me out to run errands yesterday. Yup, thanks, Dad. And I got some liquors. Is Rootsy here? Rootsy would be really happy. I should probably have messaged her. But I got some Pink Whitney. And it's not a 750. I didn't get a 750. Hold on. Do you guys want to see it? Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's upstairs. I didn't get no 750. I got a 1.75. How do I show this? It's a 1.75. It's huge! Like my cock. Alright, anywho. So anyways. So yeah, I got a 1.75 of Pink Whitney. And then I also got some tequila. That's too much coil. Ah! Boo. Boo no. Boo no. Boo. No. Charlie's in boo. That's why Boo's under my desk right now. Hi, Ewok! Ewok, it's for, well, do you guys see the pinned comment? Hold on. It's the Blood Moon Cosmetics. Hold on. It's all 4 of them. It's for this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. I have 2 codes to give away, and each code comes with all 4 cosmetics. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's going to be 2 codes. Because I use the other one, because I'm shellfish. No, you're good, Ewok. You're so Gucci. Hearing metric from American is always jarring. Oh, the milliliters? What should I say? Grams? I don't know. What would have been good? But seriously, Sloth, thank you so much for the resub. Also, Braver. Mwah, Nikki. Mwah. Think of your forehead kisses. Hope you guys are doing so good. Nikki, you're the beautiful people. The beautiful people. The beautiful people. Mira! Mira. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. Oh, I didn't see it yet, Groovy. Is it in Discord? Hold on. Did you guys say happy belated birthday to Groovy? It's Groovy's birthday. It was yesterday, right? I don't know. My days are so weird. Oh my god, I've missed so many pictures in this channel. I'm catching up and mustarding on all of them. Jesus. Oh! Yo, Groovy, it looks so good! Oh.
Hello, Pixel, can you hear me? Okay, good. You are sounding beautifully as always. XOXO Taku.
Okay, did you guys hear that? Because otherwise, I'm getting raptured because that scared the hell out of me. What? Otaku? No. This is so cute. But happy belated birthday, Groovy, by the way. Everyone say happy belated birthday to Groovy and Necronomicon, or I swear to God, I'm gonna end stream. Bubble. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Spades. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Rapture, hear what? Wait, okay, I actually can't tell if I'm being gaslit right now. Did you guys hear that or no? I don't know. Oh god, I actually don't know if I'm being gaslit. Am I? I can't tell. Thanks for saying happy belated birthdays. You guys are so obedient. Thank you so much. Should I play a Sable? Wait, what does Sable start with? An S. There she is. You heard it? Okay, cool. Wow, Kyle not trolling me? Oh, it's a good day. I'm joking. I didn't hear anything. Interesting. You did not hear anything. Human right. Whoa! Look at this cosmetic. It's so hot, dude. It's so cute. All right, I gotta put my poofy on. My poofies. Where's Rotten? Where's Rotten? Where's my baby Goyle? Oh, wait. No, that's a bunny. Rotten. Oh, there she is. I gotta let people know that I'm a Twitch streamer. Hoi Jamoy. Oh, this? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, shout out to Astarian, by the way. I'm joking. Oh, really? I heard nothing that made me think Rapture. Oh, the voices in my head make me think Rapture. Jello! Thank you for the 4A kissy. That's true, right? Well, I didn't want you guys to sit in this screen. Sorry. So anyways. What is this? Oh. Oh. What offerings do I have on her? I only have 2 left. Maybe I won't play Sable. Oh, I can do that. I'll do that. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Alright, so, I want to make a build. Let's see. What is that one perk that does that one thing? Do you guys know? You guys know. What is that? Rootsy would know. Rootsy runs it. You guys would know. Tanker! Mwah. Ewok. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Every perk? I can't equip every perk. What's that one? It's there it is, breakout. See, thank you guys. Sabotage. And then, Kamosa dice, is it Hanatsu? Background player. And then... Hi, Taker! Taker, hope you're doing so good, homie. Guys, hashtag kitten! If you guys want to enter into the giveaway, we're going to do 2 giveaways. And you don't have to enter twice. I'm just going to pull it from the same pool. Oh, I'm so impatient, though, Braver. I can't do it. Okay. Sable, I'm speaking right now. Can you... Sable, shut up, I'm speaking. So, I did try that. I think, like, the first, like, day or 2, though, fixated. That was like, oh, I'm so impatient. I hate walking. Which is so ironic, because I use sprint burst all the time. I am so impatient. I know, shut up, Sable, damn. It's not about you. Also, how's the game audio? What if I just opened or turned it up as, like, a smidgen? Would you guys mind? Potential energy? Oh, potential your energy. Wait, hold on. I want something that synergizes with this. Oh, flashbang! That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. Alright. And then... Should we do a dual box? A Sabo box? Yeah. Yeah. YOLO. YOLO, guys. Wait, oh, okay. Okay, let me know if the game audio's okay. Do you guys want to hear today's Snapple fact?
I get the feeling something horrible is about to happen.
Sable, literally shut up. Okay, if you guys want to hear today's Snapple fact, asparagus can grow up to 7 inches in a day. Which is ironic because that's exactly what I call my strap-on. Which also can grow to 7 inches in a day. Mwah. And hugs. Hugs for anybody who wants one. Unless you guys don't want it, you guys can double it, give it to the next person. Oh, who's gonna get the penis of the day? Hot. Thank you. I haven't had any complaints yet. It's also my peach tea. 0 sugar peach tea Snapple. Bubble with the 48 inches. Oh, Canary. Are you watching someone else's stream? Because sure as shit, I'm talking about mine. Wait, we got a tie for the penis of the day. Bubble and Supernova with a tie with their big old peepees. Oh, that's alright, Shinobi. Oh, 30 inches, close. Do you guys want to like high five with your peepees? 46, close. 38, 10 away. Like that's 11 away from winning. Crossing swords. Don't cross the streams. That's so funny. Oh, what is this emote? What is this? Oh, it's a cry. Oh, I thought it was something else. I see it now. I see the cry. Is it Evie crying, right? I see it now. I thought it was something else. I was like, what is that? Oh, you have one too! Oh, Shamoy. What? Whoa! Leon's mode said, I only have 7 minutes to slap you around with my giant 53-inch pee-pee. Do you guys like that? That was my Wesker impersonation. So Leon's mode's penis of the day. Mazel tov. Very happy for you. Whoa! You guys will never believe what killer it is. You guys would never believe what killer it is. You know what's funny? I was watching a TikTok today of someone going against an alien, and I was, shut up, it is a spring trap, you knew. And I literally was like, yo, I haven't gone against an alien in 84 years. Also, how's the audio? Is the game audio okay? So I did turn it up a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud. Adam Sandler is crazy. I thought they were gonna use their tail. They did not. A little low? Oh, wow, really? Okay, cool. Okay. We can have fun with that. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot, okay. No! I was scared. All right, hold on. Let her warm up. Escape! Think of the forehead kiss, see? Why do you kind of look like Earthworm Jim? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Shout out to Earthworm Jim. Big fan. But does he not? I don't think so. Maybe not. Yes? yeah, the Sly Cooper enjoyer knows what Earthworm Jim is. Any other people want to try? It's the penis skin. Shout out to Automod, by the way. What do you want? What do you want? Also, Elodie, you are so hot. Look at us Goyles wearing our Blood Moon cosmetics. Oh, look at that. Whoa. I was gonna say look at the tunnel right there, but no, that's, look at that now. Sly Cooper. 51 inches, close, very close. What was it, Leon's Moans with 53 inches? Close. Thanks, homie. Oops. Oh. I was pressing M2. Damn, Joka. Think of the fork. See, okay, that's not the best place to put it, but that's fine. You do whatever you want to do. 4 inches, you know what? That's all right. Shinobi, didn't you have 8 inches before? So no. Whoa. So anyways, it started blasting. Oh, look at the Elodie. She's taking a hit for me. She's so hot. Oh my god. So anyway, someone's rubbing on my chair. Who is that? It has to be Jasper, right? Hey, wanna run my bum? Oh, that too. Oh yeah, do that. Go do that. Oh, no, I can't run. I was gonna use background player to get away, right? Yeah. I'm gonna use background player to get away, find like a med box or something. Ooh. I'll tickle a totem. Wait, what was your penis? Yo, Lapis! Think of your 6 and 4 kiss. Oh, my GIF is breaking. Oh, 68! Very large, very proud of you. Is my GIF breaking? I don't know. I looked away for a second. It was breaking. Whoa, is he here? Wait, what the hell? How do you know? How do you know where I am? Is it the giant footsteps that I leave under the tunnels? Wait, how did they know I was here? Yo! 675 check. Okay, wait, what is that? What was that? What did she just poop out? What was that? What was that? 6-9 kisses. Oops, I missed that. I think it's that. What's going on where your face is supposed to be? Wait, what do you mean? Is the GIF broken? It's working on my end. Is it still up for you guys? It's working on my end. It was fine. Okay. 63. Ah, close, Lapis. Close. 90. Oh, it is Jasper. Jasper, fuck off. I was like, who is like headbutting my chair? Yeah, on my stream title it says no cam. No cam today. Hello. I'm here to probably die. Oh. Oh. Because I can, that's why. 59 inches? Close, close. Wait, who has the big honker? Who has the 68-inch one? Oh, I got a little shy. I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of hoping that people would see it and be like, whoa, oh my god, did you dye your hair? Kind of like how, Raven joked about. Ooh, ew, look at that bug! Ooh. Whoa, alright, do your thing. Look at it go. Oh, he's going. Look at him go. Oh, I get flashbangs? Oh, shit. Oh, I was gonna be like, you don't have bamboozle. He has bamboozle, by the way. That hit is crazy! That's right. That's right. I didn't want to be in this game anyway. Oh, what the hell? They have to still be chasing me, right? Oh, what? Okay, bye. The Pooty alien? Pooty! I do- oh! I do have it in the rules. They have to be here to win. But I'll be streaming for a couple hours, Ewok. You're at the zoo? What was your favorite thing that you saw at the zoo today? What was your favorite thing? Could have been me. I'm joking. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna get my flashbang. 60 inches? You'll get there. Nice, nice. I feel like I'm helping a lot. That's a joke. I feel like I'm doing nothing. Where are you going, love bug? Hey, you know what? I'm still alive, and I feel like that's a win, you know? I want to go too, because I want to get some heal points. The Kookaburra? What is that? What the fudge is that? Oh! Alright, where'd my little gamer go? I can finish that heal. What if I just did this, you know? Oh, an Australian bird! So you mean like a lady? I'm joking. That was a really poor attempt at a joke. I'm so sorry. Because you know how, like, people call birds, like, women? You know? I think that's a UK thing, right? It's a European thing. They call ladies birds. Now, what if... Oh, yeah, I did that. Girl. I'll do it again. Think I won't? She don't make that, right? Oh. Bugger off! Whatever your name is. Oh, I gotta snooze that. Hold on. Alright. It's a little bird. Sounds like it's laughing. Oh, so like what I just did? I'm joking. Oh, that's done. Well, I'm not any help then. Raper Bunny. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, okay. There's one right there. Enjoy your lucky turkey! Is that not what they mean when they say bird? I don't know. Love your face, love your butt. Oh, the chats are done! Yup, yup. I feel like I didn't do anything this game. I feel like I got hooked twice, and I was like, yeah, that's it for me. What do you guys think I'm being here to win, right? Is that okay? Or should I change that? I just messaged you guys. What do you guys think? Is it kind of shellfish of me to be like, oh, you have to be here to win? Is that kind of shellfish? Are you guys cool with that? I don't know. What do you guys think? We're gonna do 2 winners. One will probably be at like at the end, and we'll probably do one like I don't know mid. Oh, I almost opened that like a silly goofy goober. Be a distraction? Thanks, Snowy. We're here for the blood. We're here for the brood. The brood. Help is on the way, dear. I don't have a flashbang anymore, but that's alright. It's Sabo. You know? Oh, alright. Is that door ready? I can take a hit. You guys gonna get all the way to that door? I don't think so. Oh, hold on. My time to shine. Oh, they're working on the door. Nice. Well, he's gonna go right for the door, right? I'm gonna do an auto pick. Yep. Perfect. So we should be able to get out now. No matter what. Because she has the endurance. Yeah, we're good. Nice, GG's. Holy! First game on and she escapes? Now you know that I'm not really playing right now, and I'm paying someone to play the game for me. Because I never escape. So now you guys know, she's not really playing. Damn it. Crazy. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Yo, GG's. I almost went to go change my scene to chatting. That'd been weird. Oh! Braver hugs. I burped. I burped into your hug. I hope you don't mind. I burped right into your ear. It smells like zero sugar peach tea Snapple, in case you were into that. And a little bit of avocado. I had some avocado earlier. But hug for you. For greatest of oh my god. Well, we're not gonna get that for the until like the 10-year anniversary, right? Po, are you shocked and awed? I'm into that shit, Braver. I know what you're into. Ever stream sniped your games where you try to join DBD? Oh yeah. I mean, like I used to put like Twitch in my name like years ago, right when I first started streaming, and then now I have like the shirts or like the little what is this called charm. So like, people come in and be like, hey, I'm your killer, and then I'll be like, all right. And if they tunnel me or snipe me, then that's my fault for having not being in anonymous mode, you know. If I get stream sniped, I couldn't care less. It is what it is. I just go next. Came in. Mwah. Mystic Simba. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Well, I mean, technically you can. Can you? Right? I don't know. It's just harder, right? A different sugar. I had a regular Fiji Schnapple with... Oh, did you really? I'm at my old unk age, I can't do sugared stuff anymore. It hurts my teeth. I hate sugared stuff. Give me that aspartame and that sucralose. Give me that fake sugar shit. I can't do real sugar. I know. What is the sweetener in this? Let me guess. Sucralose. Oh, it is aspartame. Well, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I have a hole in my heart that only aspartame can fill. Mama J, you and I are cut from the same cloth. I'm gonna run an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. Ad now, no ad in game. I kind of want to do this build again. I did get one save, so I mean that's like pretty nice, right? That's pretty heckin' nice. In the meantime, little bloop. There are 21 people entered into this giveaway. Can you believe it? Can you believe in love after love? Yo, did you guys hear that? Cher was here. Is that Cher? Who sings that? Yo, Cortana, who sings that song? Hard to say. Oh my god. Most people are 6% water. I'm 6% Diet Coke. Real. Dwayne! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Was Cher? I know, she's here! She's actually the one playing DBD for me. That's the fun fact. Everyone say hi, Cher. Mana, mana, mana. Oh, that's not Cher. Mana, mana, mana. Can't you see? I'm sorry. I love streaming without a cam. I'm not gonna lie. Streaming without a camera is just the best thing. Shakira! Wasn't she like a giraffe? Shakira, not Cher. Kaya, thank you for the 4 kissy. Oh god, I get to rub my eyes because I'm not wearing makeup. I get to rub my eyes. If scientists want to tell me that rubbing my eyes is bad for you, why do they make it feel so fucking good? Oh, that felt great. All right. Hi, Madeline. Hi, Kaya. All right. What was it, Shakira? Oh, a gazelle! I said giraffe, didn't I? I don't know. They're all part of the animal kingdom. That's Rio. My favorite DBD kitten. How many DBD kittens do you know, huh? Huh? How many kittens do you know? Huh? Let me talk to them. Anyone says you're rubbing your eyes is bad for you isn't your friend. Scientists, man. Scientists hate me. Scientists hate this one hack! That's why you're my favorite? Yes! Oh, so there really wasn't much of a challenge for me. I'm joking. Madeline, I hope you're doing awesome. I hope you're doing very, very well today. Kari! Kari! Mwah. Think of the boy I can't see. Oh, yeah. See, Madeline, that's why I keep you around. That's why you're my favorite. You say that nice stuff to me. And I say, hack them officially. Look at you and your little NASA badge, you little scientist. In the Midwest, it's me. I'm the gazelle in the Midwest. I know many kittens are the best. Oh. Yo, so fuck you to any other kittens in chat. I'm the best. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Guys, I stayed up until 2. Oh, no. I went to sleep at like 4:30 in the morning, right? That's like when my head hit the pillow. But I was doing my taxes for... I don't want to run right now because I have my exhaustion perk up. But I was doing my taxes till about 2:30 in the morning this morning. Fuck me, man. Oh, man. For no particular reason... Oh, I said Onryo. It's a skull merchant, idiots. For no particular reason, I'm taking shots for subs today. I'm joking. Unless. You filed mine in March. What's it like being God's favorite? Oh, Leon's most, I got it like in 2 seconds. Like, it should not have been that easy to get a flashbang, right? Should not have been that easy. I didn't sleep yesterday. Oh, really? Oh, well, good morning. Good morning. Oh, sorry, I was reading chat. Adriana. Whoa, whoa, look at you just, whoa. Whoa! Okay, imagine, whoa, hold on. Okay, that worked out really well for me by being bad. I love that I'm so bad at this video game. Wait, hold on. She'll never know! Wait, come back. Come back. Wow! Wait! I wasn't ready yet. I wasn't ready. We can talk about this. We can talk about this. No, we're good. Wait, hold on. You're right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh! Go to us. What'd you say? Listen, if you want, take as many shots as you want. Oh, you mean that entire 1.75 bottle of Pink Whitney? But Lizard? Oh, is Lizard not working today? Hi, Chloe! Oh wait, hold on. My chat's gone. Hold on. Guys, don't talk. Hold on. Don't talk yet. I gotta open up Twitch on my phone because I can't read chat. Oh, man. Oh, yo, look at that. Did you guys see her? Did you guys see what I see? Did you guys see what I see? Hold on. Adriana, don't put me down yet. Alright. Well, don't do that. I can see that. Oh, I gotta scroll up, though. Ends tomorrow at 11 a.m. I think so. That sounds right. Chloe, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh yeah, Irish Queen. It's just because I'm broke. I have to pay like a minimum of $5,000, so I was like, yeesh. I haven't even started my tax and been procrastinating. Oh really? I know a lot of people. Oh. Now what was that for? I know a lot of people are getting extensions this year. Like, you know, do your thing, chicken wing. Get them extensions. Yeah, it's that self-employed life. You have to pay so much, like, you have to pay up your butthole in taxes, you know? Oh. Yo, V, what's up? What's good? What's good, sister? It's a garden you cultivate daily. Why is that so cute? Hello? Whoa! Oh no, I got got! Hold on. Up, right, up, left, down. Remember when I got all 5 in one direction and that was like the coolest day of my life? It's been all downhill from there. Dizzle. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Dead ass. That's what I'm saying, right? Cyber booty. Teen Titans is here? Wait, Niyunjin, go down. I want to get a flashbang save. It'll be really fun. I want to wait for this guy to come down. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Hold on, I can get this. Yep, yep. Now people are gonna think, whoa! People are gonna think Cher did it. Damn it. Worth it. Man. That damn thing going down. Cook me. Oh, I forgot to look at her butt! Wait, H-Jan, do it again. That was the pingly like that. Do you believe in love after love? Chloe, shut up. Why? What happened? Is everything okay? Shakira, Shakira! Whoa! You could have written off your TwitchCon trip. Oh, I did! Po, trust me. Trust me. I've been doing my taxes for self-employment since 20? And if I did not do my claim— oh, hey, Raiders! Raiders, welcome me in. I'm talking about my taxes. Yippee! If I didn't claim, like, my TwitchCon trip and, like, technically the liquor that I buy for stream, it's tax deductible. The video games I play on stream is all tax deductible. If I didn't claim that, I'd be paid like $15,000, but I only paid like $5,000. So trust. I claimed that shit. Also, I claimed all the meals that I had while I was at TwitchCon. Yeah, you claim all that shit. Able Geek, welcome, welcome to the stream, brothers and sisters and themsters. I hope you guys are doing so good. We are playing some Heckin' Honkin' Hootering. What are we doing? Hello. Dead by Daylight. Trying to get our last minute blood points for this this event. Oh, look at me doing all the gens. You're welcome. Where is this chase happening? V, you don't have any hooks. Why don't you get the unhook? I'll work on this. Oh, she did. Good girl. Snacks for your doggos and kitties is also for your Twitch job since, yep, it's true, but a lot of my snacks have been gifted, so I can't claim gifts. Yo, so anyways, I don't have the door ready yet, guys. I don't have the door ready. I'll take a hit for you, though. Wait, no, you haven't been hooked yet. Go for V. No, V, you can take the hit. I have not been hooked yet. Or, I mean, you haven't been hooked yet. I have been. Oh, whoops. V, why don't you do something? I'm joking. Yeah! Oh, this is my second game on. Able Geek, you'd be so proud of me. I escaped my first game. I know. Who is she? Who is she? I know I escaped my first game. It was very exciting. But I hope you had the breast stream. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on. But I do see you, and I appreciate you guys so much. I don't usually stream without cam, but, really didn't, feel like it today because I was up so late doing my stupid taxes. I'm about to say she does have iron grab. Okay, well, actually, I'm gonna have to leave this way. Yeah. I don't think that door is open. Nope. Well. Gonna try to find a medkit! Oh, that works too. Come on, Hatch! Oh, shite. Was that her? I think that was her. Oof. Hopefully she see me. I'm gonna try to make my way around. Oh, no! Oh my god. We could talk about this. We could talk about this. Whoop! Hello, lovely. Whoop. That worked out. Maybe just escape. What's up, Panda Pants? Panda Pants, happy Wednesday. Also, Able Geek, if you need to go get your post-stream self-care, please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and bevies. Go eco, pico, pugo, stretch, go twink. What's up, Norvan? Norvan, thank you for the 4 head. Also, guys, don't forget to type hashtag kitten in chat if you guys want to be entered into the giveaway. We have 25, count them, 25 entries in the giveaway right now. GG's. That's 2 escapes in a row. Share, thank you so much for playing this video game for me. I really appreciate it. Can you guys believe it? Guys, share. Yeah, definitely share Kira playing for me. I know. Maybe it's the power of Sable. Who knows? We ended strong. Able Gig, I love that for you. Hell yeah.
Fantastic.
Who is this? Ew. Whoa, what is this? What is this? I've never seen this skin before. I've never seen this skin before. That's my DBD creator. That's so funny. I got Rush. Oh, did you really? Did you? You got 2 kids once? I wonder if you could like message them because they'll do that if you like raise hell. I think they'll actually like give you an adult one maybe. Who knows? You know, you never know, right? So I've gotten a kids sized one as well. And it fit okay. I actually made a video on it. It fit okay. It definitely is like noticeably like smaller, but that's funny. That's actually really funny. I got 2. I think I got the Rush ones, the Rush kids ones. Also, I named my little sister Shakira. Really? Really interesting. Was the skin in the red? Wait, which one? 12 months means not just kids, so you can't. Oh, really? I'm sorry. Did you try them on? Sorry. Pixels and Kitten, you. Hey. I thank you for giving me more Hey, Norvan, good for you. Panda fans, I'm so sorry. Though I didn't recognize, I didn't recognize either of them. The Jeffrey and the 11. Beef! I'm sorry, Panda Pants. Also, Panda Pants, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you, princess. Wow, I haven't had this map in a minute. Okay. Hold on, I missed a message. Hold on. Work had been fine. People I work there are fine. Boss is cool. The on-foot hours and daily work hours, there's a bit much. Oh, you know what? I'm hoping you'll get used to it, though. Because I feel like, and of course I'm only speaking from my own personal experience, so take that with a grain of salt. Whenever I went from like a part-time job to a full-time gig when I was like on my feet and like working 50+ hours a week on my feet, no breaks, yippee, because breaks are illegal apparently. Oh, fuck that company. Anywho's, it got easy after like a couple weeks of doing it. Like the hours got easier. Still sucked, but it got better. I got a fat head. It gets fits all your big brain. Able Geek, I can't help but notice that you're still here, which means, are you getting your post-stream self-care? Because I will punish you. Literally the reason why I'm streaming today, Shinobi, because if I didn't stream, I was not going to play DBD, because I don't play this game offline, because I'm, you know, I'm cool like that. I'm just joking, I just have other shit I gotta do. But, I really wanted to get blood points. You're hydrating? Proud of you. What are you drinking? I'm drinking some Snapple. 0 sugar Snapple. Oh, kiss me on the lips. Sloppily. The wetter the better. If I had a nickel for every time I heard that. Hey, ladies! Okay, I really hope my dad's not in chat. Dad, I'm sorry. Cher said that, not me. Do you really panda pants? Oh, weird. Well, you can talk to people? Ugh. You guys talk to people? Shut up. Electrolyte pineapple orange mix. Yum. Okay, why is Lizard not working? Oh, it's a Google. Fun fact. I did put the lizard on. Weird. That's fine. No lizard for you guys. Kat, I hope you're doing so good, honey bunches of oats. If she tells me that, I shall listen. Now we all have to tell Shinobi to go to bed. Shinobi, go to bed! Bedge. Sorry, I don't want to use my background player, so let me walk for a second. Ooh, I gotta get into a locker. A locker? I barely knew her. Whoa. Alright. Okay, let's go. Ooh, hello, love. Oh, wow. So close. I haven't been on this map in so long. This feels really good. Obi-Wan Shinobi. Oh, yes, yes. Now I want background player. Good. Ooh, that's good. Oh, that's good value. That's good perk value right there, Look at that. That's nice. That was some really good perk value, actually. These guys seem like gamers. I'm gonna drop my flashbang for them. They seem like these gamers are gamerin'. Oh, yeah. Maybe get a double Helios. Unless he comes right back to Hook afterwards, right? Maybe. He isn't Chase. We could get a double Helios. Oh, Colomophobia! Oh, I'm screwed, guys. Oh, he's mending. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Really bad at skill checks. 11. Wah! Oh my god. I'm kind of freaking out right now. I'm already bad enough at skill checks. 11. We're literally all here, sweetie! We're literally all here. Alright, hold on. Oh, that was way too late. That's right. Oh, damn, he went that way. Oh. I'll rub you bum. I mean, he's gonna come right here, just so you know. The guy's a comer. Yep. Bye-bye. Why me? What did I do? Alright, so all these pallets are gone. Yikes. Alright, well, you know what? You take him away. Okay, homie. Well, that's still... Oh, he was gonna go over here. Who's faster? He definitely makes that, though. I'm gonna have to go and probably trade this. I am gonna get this pull, though. Oh, okay, so they literally dropped every Payetta, just in case everyone was wondering. Bamboozle. Oh, shite. That's right. That's alright. They really did drop every pallet on this map, though. So this side of the map is... Oh, shiza. That's not good. Shabby! Shabby. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, hold on. Let me reach out for a second. What about good twerk value? Oh, okay. I'm glad that's the message that I read. Oh, is this where we're healing? Oh. You can. That's fine. Alright. Bye. No. I got it. Pallet trout. No, really. Aren't they so good, Snowy? The skin is so pretty. This is part of the skins that we're doing the giveaway for, by the way. You saw my text? Oh, very hot. The one in the Discord, yo. Very, very hot. Muy gusto. Yeah, so this is my third game on Shabby, and I've escaped 2 games in a row. 2 4-outs in a row. So, it's kind of insane. So now chat came up with this joke, and totally unprovoked, but chat totally came up with this joke that someone else is playing for me, and I'm not actually playing. Yeah, I love your skin. Thank you. Thanks, Sounds of Lambs. Now we're looking up. I'm going up, up, up. Okay, my turn. I'm going up, up, up. It's my moment. Mana, 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 na, 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 na. Well, he looks like he's going for the save, which means I will go do a gen. I feel like it's and it's the team's best interest for me to do a gen, right? It's secretly Pixel Bro. He's never played DBD ever. Maybe she's boned with it. Maybe it's Entity. That's actually super funny. What? I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna steal that and pretend like I came up with it. Panda Pants! I've said like 10 times that you look so hot! Do you want 11? You look very hot. 11 times. There you go. Shabby. Shabby's such a good boy. Have a good night, Shinobi! Thank you so much for taking care of yourself and getting some rest. R&R. I want 11! Listen, I totally understand that, though, Panda Pants, because I don't trust people when they say nice things to me. And so I need to hear it. Like if you invite me somewhere and I'm like, no, don't invite me. Oh, I don't know if you really want me there. You need to ask me like 6 times if I really want to go. No way! I got it done! That's awesome. Oh, someone did take my flashbang. Dope. Oh. Okay, bye. Alright, well, I know there's no pallets over here, so. Well, go to this side of the map where there are some payetas. That's alright, love bug. Oh. Reassurance house. No, seriously, yeah. But like, seriously, do you want me to go? Like, I know you asked me 6 times. You sent me a Facebook invite. You tagged me and you messaged me on all my other socials. But like, are you sure you want me to go? Oh man. Also, puppy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Yeah. No, you're good, Panda Pants. You're so good. You are so Gucci. And put a picture of yourself wearing the tux in Discord. You asked Pixel if you look hot. You do look hot, though. Oh! Hello, Jeffrey! Jeffrey! Alright, so where were the doors? Where is he going, do you think? Maybe here? Oh, damn. Oof. Well, he's definitely going for Jeffrey, which means I'm gonna escape. Don't worry about it, Jeffrey. I got you. That's really unfortunate. He got plus size woman wearing tux, hot size woman wearing tux, hot. But no, seriously. Why me? What did I do? Wait, what did I do? Why do I feel so slow? Why am I so slow? No, but I feel like I'm okay. Okay, it feels better. But like okay, no, but like I feel so slow right now. What's happening? Wait. Ah. You're blind. You're blind. Can't see. Blind. Oh, I'm going back to my pallet. That's fine. I'm going back. I'm going back to my pallet. You can't make me. Oh. Jeffrey's on the door. Jeffrey's on the door. She runs back to the other door. So anyways. Wait. We can talk about this. We can talk about this. No! No! That is the most action I've had in like 2 years, so you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, last night of the blood moon. Yeah, it ends in the morning. Most action I've had in 2 years, guys. It felt good. It felt good. Thanks for the back shots. GG's. DJ Donkey Kong. Thank you for the kissy. Kaneki wanted a snack. And did he get one? Guys, you mind if I go pee really quickly? Okay, so I chugged an entire 8 ounces of green tea before I started streaming. So, I have to pee now. But shout out to the green tea. That was really good. I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna play an ad. In the meantime, do not forget to enter in the giveaway. We have 20... Oh! I just pulled a winner, by the way. Anywho. That one I just pulled the first winner. So, anyways, do you guys want to see who won? Wait, hold on. Oh, that's so funny. Do you guys want to see who won? Oh, that's so funny. I went to go, click on it. I went to go click on it so that, I could announce it, and I just pulled a winner instead. Oh, sorry, wrong scene. Sorry. So anyways, Kyle, congratulations. That was our first win. Kyle, are you here? I'm gonna go pee in a second. It's not rigged! Look! Alright, Kyle, I'm gonna send you the code. I'm literally, like, my face is so red right now. I'm sweating because I went to go click this, and I pulled draw entrant instead. Listen, you can't give me a big green button and not expect me to click on this, okay? Congratulations, Kyle. But hey, the giveaway's still open. We still have another code to give away. Let me message Kyle. Hold on. Who messaged me? Okay. All right. Kyle, if I had a nickel for every time that you've won a giveaway, I would have a lot of nickels. But you know what? Mod privilege, I guess. For the record, that's not my. For the record, it's not actually rigged. All right. For the record. All right, so that just goes into the DBD store, and you get all 4 cosmetics. The cosmetics are the one I'm wearing right now, the Sably, this Blight one. So each code comes with all 4 cosmetics, right? Blight, Sable, Jacob, and Deathslinger. Don't mods win first each giveaway. It feels like it. It's either like a mod or VIP. Also cool, can. Think of the forehead titty. I almost said forehead titty. Forehead kissing. No, it's usually the mugs. Alright. I still have to go pee. I almost pissed myself doing that. That was really funny. We have one more giveaway to do. Probably pull it at the end of stream. Because I was going to do it in the middle of the stream. But, congratulations, Kyle. We still have one more code to give away. I'm going to go pee. I'll play Nat. I'll be right back. Me. Or J-Bug's coming. Both of them. We might have to run. Oh, let's go. I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh God, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah, it's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Should I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Oh, okay. Oh! Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. I think I get this. Yeah, it's fine. Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. Kyle can only win once. It's the same giveaway. So, it's the same giveaway. You guys don't have to, like, re-enter, but you guys don't get kicked out if you guys type #hidden twice. Sorry, catching up on chat. And also, Catic Aura, literally know you. Sorry, I was scrolling up on chat while I was pissing. And no, they don't get double entries. I swear, it's just the luck of the draw. It's crazy. Also, Loki! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Chloe, that sounds ass, by the way. That sounds really shitty. I'm really sorry, Chloe. Are you gonna stick around with the job and, like, and see what goes on, or what are you gonna do? Oh, really, Irish Queen? Oh, damn! What does that mean for you? Do you still pay taxes? Well, I imagine so, right? Now, usually when I do giveaways, you only win one giveaway per, like, that giveaway. You know what I mean? What was that about entries? Oh, you don't have to re-enter if you already entered earlier. It's the same giveaway. It's the same como so dice, it's the same poll. So we still have 36 entries in the giveaway. But don't worry, Cal won't win twice. King Hell! Is that the hottest, tallest, handsomest, most amazingest King Hell? And my favorite person in this entire room right now? Hi, King Hell! Also, hello, sweetie. Thank you for the 40 stream streak. And Cool Cam, thank you for the forehead, what? I was thanking for the 40 stream streak. Also, sweetie. Mwah. Nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Oh, really, Poe? No shit. I've never had any sort of, like, government assistance or, like, even, like, any sort of, like, unemployment ever in my entire life, ever. And a friend messaged me about, like, getting, like, government healthcare or something because I live below the poverty line. and like, I can't afford, like, healthcare or anything like that, but a friend was messaging me and gave me some, like, some tips and advice. So, because I've never gotten any sort of, like, government assistance ever. And I'm sure there are ways I can try to apply for some, but that requires me phone calls and talking to people, and that is part of my disability where I can't do that. So, I'm not saying, like, to not pay taxes. I know I gotta pay taxes. I'm gonna keep paying taxes. But I would love some health insurance because my dislocated toes that I had from, what was it, last August? Yeah, guess whose bills I paid. What? I paid, oh god, $1,500. I paid over $3,000 for my dislocated toes, and then they sent me a bill for another, like, $4 grand, and so it's almost $10,000. Almost. I'm running up a lot. I'm giving some hyperbole here, but less than $7,500. I'm rounding up. All right. I like the hyperbole because it's ridiculous. Why is it $7,500 just because I dislocated 2 toes? All you did was stick me with some pain med, like, stick a pain needle in my foot, rip my toes off to replace them, and then you did, like, 3 x-rays. Oh. Tree tech! I can't believe I didn't get hit there. That's actually insane. I need a window. Ah, thank you. Oh, whoa! Pop-Tart? When did you get there? Sorry, puppy. But yeah, God, I would love some like healthcare. Like that's what I would want. Like if I could get anything like government assisted. Oh, that's a fun palette. Kind of want to play around with that. If I could get anything government assisted, it would be some healthcare. It's snowy. I hate it. You're gonna yeah. I'm really sorry, Chloe. I'm sorry it didn't work out like perfectly. King Hell. Retweet, but also I'm gonna adjust it and also say that our country is broken and exploitive. Exploitative. Ooh. You know what? I want to get a flashbang really quickly, and then I'm gonna head over and get them. Oh, never mind. Oh shite! But you know what? Him coming over to this side of the map is kind of like really good though for me, I think. Whoa. I love stunning Chuckies with pallets. They're so funny. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? You just fall on your butt. Okay, I keep leading him to teammates, and I feel so bad. What is happening? Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna go get this teammate now. Oh, never mind. I guess I'll do his gen now. I just want a flashbang, you know? Please don't see me. Flawed, yeah, totally. Yeah, I think that's the website that my friend had sent me. I think. I don't know, I didn't look into it yet because it requires me to call people and I'm not. I can do it. Calling people is scary. Right, Poe, right? Totally. Curly pop. I like how I'm getting mad when I'm the one that like brought the killer to her. Wow, that was super delayed. Oh, and he went over there too. Poops. Oh. Okay, bye. That was unfortunate. I feel like that flashbang went off super delayed, but I know it was late, but I tried. Holy shit! Yo! Welcome in, waiters. Hello, waiters. Holy! Holy! Hi, Zombie! Zombie, how was your stream? I was doing a little lurky turkey for you earlier. What's up, crazy bat? Sorry, I was reading chat, sorry. I didn't mean to, like, run into that wall. You guys didn't see that. Oh, man, welcome in, guys. What's up, crazy bat? Oh, let me heal you. Sorry, love, sorry, love. Reading chat, reading chat. What's up, SU Kai? What's up, Fox PL24? Hi, Belinda. Yo, welcome in. Also, welcome back, Stinky. Oh, whatever, Leon's Moans. How was your stream? I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. My name is PixelxKitten. We're playing some Dead by Daylight. I stayed up until 2:30 this morning filing my taxes. It was a lot of money. And so I did not feel like being on camera today. So we're just doing some silly little vibes. Trying to get as many blood points as we can. Also, Ratbat, mwah, Maximus, mwah. Maximus, I totally miss your kissy. I'm so sorry. Maximus gets two, mwah, mwah, because I miss your kissy. Everybody go follow the homie Zombie Magic Zombie. I hope you're doing so good, homies. Welcome in. Also, guys, hashtag kitten. If you guys want to get entered into the giveaway, so see this cosmetic that we have for Sable. There are 4 Blood Moon cosmetics that we're giving away with this code. There's one code for cosmetics. We already accidentally gave away the other code. Oopsies. And I already did. That one's already done. I just finished that one. Oh, really? No way. I'm so proud of you. Twins. Hell yeah. W twins, if you guys didn't know. I'm a twins main. Also, Legal Beagle. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah, I'm a twins main. Twins, Nemesis, Springtrap. Those are my top 3 killers in that order. I'm also an ace main too. I know, Chancellor. Shut up, Kyle. Which skin? Oh, so there's 4 Blood Moon skins. There's one for Sable, one for Jake, one for Blight, and one for Deathslinger. Damn, don't go! See, that's why I keep you around. Please. Oh my god. What flavor dumplings? Okay, but go. I just bought some beef dumplings. Frozen. Ugh. So, you know, who knows what they're gonna be like, but I'm excited regardless. But, are you Billy? I knew you were so hot and talented and handsome. But seriously, welcome in. If you guys need to go braid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Everybody go follow Zombie. Zombie is such a good friend, such a good homie. We love him very much. Oh, I am not filling up this bloodshed if it's all the way over there. Hell no. Hell no. There's only one gen left. There's only 3 hook stages. I'm gonna try to get some, you know, let's do some blood points, blood point farming. Let's get some, como se dice, totems. Oh, no you. And now it'll be only me that's gonna be even worse. Yeah, no, that's, so you're basically, you're short-staffed. So do you think it'd be better if you, like, were not short-staffed? I know it's a dumb question, but... Oh, I'm sitting, like, so close to the screen right now. Yeah. Back up. Hello, Laura. I love this skin. This skin is so pretty. Oh, sorry, love. But the games have been really good. This is my 4th game so far, and we've escaped 2 games. We had 2 4-outs back to back, and then last game I got humped by a ghoul, so that was pretty exciting. Most action I've had in 2 years, so that was really exciting. Anywho. No way! King Hell, that's dope, okay? That's pretty fudging dope. You know what? Okay, I'll go for the door. Wait, is there a door over here? Was there a door over here? Shoot. Or is there a door right there? Oh, well, he's not by the hook, so that's good. That's a free pull, no? Free pull. The door right there. I don't know where the other door was. I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, yeah! So, I'm not really playing the game right now because I never escape. And so, everyone's telling me that I'm not really playing. I wish the girls would help me, right? I feel kind of a little special about it, you know what I'm saying? I don't know where the other door is. Is there one over here? Really? Ah, oh, Chloe, that's ass. I'm so sorry. I hate that for you. Where were the doors? I don't remember. Shoot! Yeah, Cher is playing for me. Cher Kira. Can't you see? Where were the other doors? There was one right there. Is it behind there? Oh, there it is! They're both over here. Sup, Chucky? Now, what is he doing?
Why are you scared of a freaking doll?
So anyways, how did that miss? There we go. Ooh. Oh, she's gonna take a hit! You're so hot! Oh, that's alright, love. That's alright, love. That's alright, love bug. Lord Mudkip! I feel like I've played with a Lord Mudkip before. Oh, don't pick me up yet! Oh, good girl. Good girl. Oh, good submissive gamer. Oh. No way! First hook, last hook! Yep, yep! That was unfortunate. You poor unfortunate souls in pain, in need. Eclipse! That doesn't sound like you need help. Also, Eclipse, thank you for the forehead kiss here. Crawl as far away as I can. Can't move? Doesn't sound like a problem to me. Hatch right in front of me, right? Oh, poops. So I could be anywhere, right? Where could I be? Right? What if I go this way? Right? And I crawl out. Damn it! Oh, no humpies? 2 escapes, 2 Moris. Back to back. Guys, don't forget #kitten if you guys want to be entered into the giveaway for all of the cosmetics. I'll show you the cosmetics that this code is for. Oh god, I love that Mori so much. I love that Mori. So good. GG's. GG's. Huh. GG's. No humpies? That's what I'm saying. You pretty good? Panda. I'm pretty good at what I do. What can I say? So this is what the code is for. It's like basically like $40 worth of cosmetics, right? Because each one is what, 1080 RXL. So there's this Blight cosmetic, the Sable cosmetic that you guys see me rolling, the Jake Park cosmetic, and then this really Deathlinger one. It's dope. Don't get me wrong, but yikes. And so that's what the codes that we're giving away today are for. Also, I'm really liking this build. Really, really liking this build. I'm having fun with it. Show Deathlinger's back. Oh, I will. It's scary. The way you bet, yeah, it's horrifying. Truly, I'm not gonna lie. Anytime I see this Fogman skin, I just automatically know they're a juicer. Like juicy McJuicy juice herb. So, anyways, the other night I stayed up to like 3 AM watching other people's reactions to the Warriors. Really? Like in game? I filmed a little clip of me redeeming the code because Behavior gave me one too. Thank Behavior. And I did do the Mori with the Blight skin and the Mori with the Deathlinger skin. I just gotta post it. Yeesh, probably should have posted it. I don't know, before today, but what do you know? Yeah, cool. It's a dope. Oh, to all the Moris. Oh. And like the first time seeing it ever, because that'd be cool. Because RP Dizzle. Because seeing the Moris, I guess like back to back to back, I think would be really cool to see as like a first impression, you know? Sorry, let's turn on the music. Me? Yeah, I'm just tired. Thank you though. I'm just tired and broke. So taking shots today. But thank you, Eclipse. I hope you're doing okay. Besides the fact that you're trapped. Yeah. Oh, Loki, that's awesome. That's really cool. I've never seen a lot of these Moris for the first time. Oh my god. Back in my day. What do you guys think the killer's gonna be? I haven't heard anything yet. I haven't even heard a terror radius yet. What do you guys think the killer's gonna be? Oh, there it is. Hey guys, who do you think the killer is? That's funny. Oh shit, nipples! Alright, so that worked out really poorly. 'Tis a reese. Gotta break that paillette, baby girl. That's right, I have a god palette. That's right. We drop. So anyways, that's gone now. Oh, sorry, love bug. No way. Interesting. Oh, damn. For the record, Bungman, had no idea you were here. Oh. Hello. Oh, man. I'm telling you guys, the day they make a Midwest server, or the day that I move East or West Coast, it's over. What's up, Pumpkin? Pumpkin. What's up? I was gonna guess Gwyneth Paltrow. That's really funny. Hey, you know what, Chloe? Like, I know it sucks, but at least you have something, right? Like, it sucks, but it's better than nothing. And you know what? They can't make you, remember your rights too. Like, what are they gonna do? Fire you? Like, Goyle, like, if you're only scheduled to work I don't know, man. I know it's hard to do this. Like for me, I would not have the balls to do it. But I would tell people who might have the balls to do it and to take care of themselves. But be like, hey, if you're scheduled 40 hours a week, as soon as you hit that 40 hours a week, unless you're getting overtime and it's worth it to you, that's your prerogative. But like, fuck out, it's their problem. It's not your problem that they're understaffed. I know it's like easier said than done because I would never be able to do it because I never was able to do it because I'm like, oh, I'm such a people pleaser, I'm such a little bitch. I don't have any cojones, but maybe you do. And I hope you know your worth, you know, because you are worthy. I do kind of want to get this unhook. I probably is not the best idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Ah, she did come right here, damn. Good girl. Oh. Oh, she's gonna get me, right? Yeah. So, did I spin her, or did she just, like, let me go? I'm a little confused. Ugh, Panda Pants real. Well, this pal's still here, right? She didn't break it. Oh, I have the safest pal in the game. Fudge, yeah? Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna use this to get away, right? Go, bye! Oh. Oh, she definitely makes it. Damn, she definitely makes it to that, right? Yeah. We're having a good time, Louise. We're having a great time. I am gonna drop this, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna go here. I am dropping a lot of resources, though. That's right. I'm right with that. I'm okay with that. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, I shouldn't have dropped that. Oh, shit! Yeah, you should get that there. What? Someone get me out of this! Look at the Fung Min, though. Oh, she might see you. Man, I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys, living in the Midwest makes me want to kill. For so many reasons. Also, Pumpkin! Thank you for the forehead kissing. A Melodol. Thank you for the forehead kissing. That was a fun chase, though. I did drop, like, every single resource on this side of the map. But that's their problem, not my problem, right? In Oregon! Oh, see, I went to school in Montana. I lived in Illinois all my life. I went to school in Montana. Imelda, did you like it? I was actually really worried it was going to annoy people. I'm glad you guys like it. Because I really thought it was going to be annoying. But I think it's so funny. Oh, I'm so glad. That makes me so happy. Yeah, I went to school in Montana. And I only lived there for like, what, 2 years? 3 years? And spoiler, dropped out of college. And God, I miss the mountains so much, you know? I miss them so much. I miss the mountains. I've never lived by the ocean. But I really do miss living by the mountains. That was peak for me. Oh, someone's a kinky bitch. Oh, that's the one Jenna's got done. That's so funny. Oh, hey, you want to heal me? Oh my god, yeah. Colorado, yeah. None of y'all remember to renew your boat registrations? I'm not gonna lie. How many people in Illinois have boats? I guess people who live, like, in the city, maybe, right? Tons, really? Alright. No, good for them. Good for you, boat haver people. Oh, hello, generator. I'd like to touch you. You're cozy? How high are you? Woo! Oh, shit, I thought I was dead. Did you guys see how I just stopped? I forgot that I got healed. Wow, Sheboygan. She hands down is letting me live, by the way. Like, hands down. She's letting me live. She could have killed me like eons ago. How often do you have to renew voter registration? I don't think I've ever had a renew my voter registration. I don't know. I just vote. I don't think I've ever had to renew it, right? Have I? I've never had to do that in person. If I do. If anything that gets set, like my vehicle registration and all that, like that's all online. I know that. If I do have to do it, I do it online. Yeah, she's letting me live. What a good little kitten. Red! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. I heard you want to escape the doom of the Midwest. Boy, do I. I actually, fun fact, there was a long time where I was like, man, I want to live in, like, Washington. Actually, Washington was one of the states that I was thinking of living. At one point, one of my exes, I can't remember which one, wanted to live in Texas, and I was like, do I have to? And so, thank God, that didn't work out. Oh, it was my bad ex. Because he was going to get transferred to Texas. So I was like, no, I'm good. And so, Reezy! Oh, really? Oh, damn. Yukai, that sounds like something I would do. I did just finish my taxes at 2:30 this morning, so you know. Sounds pretty sapphic. You want to run with the goyle? I am pansexual, fun fact. I do like the ladies. Ladies, gaydies, theydies. And unfortunately, men too, unfortunately. But, yeah. Don't forget to give her pets. Oh, should I, like, rub her butt? Be right back. Oh, come. Yeah, exactly, Chloe. Exactly. So I feel like you have, like, some job security, right? You rub it violently. Every night I do. Oh, you mean Rize? Yeah, okay, I'll do that too. Every night I do. You want that? You can have that. Ooh, being a chef, I do love a good pan. And I do know you look great in a suit. Do you enjoy dressing femininely as well? Like, it's okay if, like, you do or no. I'm just curious. Because I know there's some people that, like, have, like, the preferences of how they like to dress. For me, I don't know. For me, personally, I'm so down to dress, like, masculine, but also, like, super down to dress, like, feminine as well. Like, I like to do a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B for me. Do a little bit of both of them. Now, where are you? You have to be outside, no? Oh, well. I'm committed to getting outside, so I better get some Heelys. Yo, I used to own Heelys. Did anyone ever here have Heelys? I used to own them, but I was always too scared to wear them. Because I'm not coordinated at all. You currently have Heelys? Shut up, do you use them? Manicures and pedicures? Oh, okay, yeah. I don't really feel a particular way about clothes. Except I will wear what I like. Fair. Yeah. Fair. It's like the fairest statement I've ever heard. Does anyone have like outfits that they're like their go-tos? Like for me, it's long sleeve shirts and either leggings or shorts. But like I feel I'm currently wearing a long sleeve shirt right now to the shock of nobody. And leather kill I really like to wear together. Oh my god, I would love to see a picture. They edited my outfits. Do you really? Shabby, I gotta be honest, I'm really not sure if I know what you look like. I love getting manicures though. I haven't got my nails done since before COVID. Before COVID was the last time I got my nails done. Because then I got furloughed and I was like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do like my nails for, you know? Me? My cats? Although my cats did love when I got my nails done. But then of course then like when I got furloughed I was like, well I can't afford to get my nails done. So yeah. I miss getting my nails done, I really do. Hi, Slasher Buddy! Slasher Buddy, can you type hashtag kitten in chat for me, please? And some kind of stockings under? Yeah. Oh my god. God, do I love wearing stockings. Oh, yeah. So, Slasher Buddy, we're giving away... I don't know if you saw in the mod chat, or in the Discord. Sorry, I don't remember where I put it. That we're giving away... That we're giving away, Oh, I got body blocked. That's right. Oh. I know she about, because she could have killed me like 12 times, but I think it's fun. I love to faff. I love to faff. Sorry. Anywho, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, we're giving away Blood Moon Cosmetics, thanks to Dead by Daylight, and one of them includes a Death Singer skin. I'm not sure if you have it already. Looking for a medkit. I just like a dude, I guess, but it's more just because I really like my streetwear real. It has nothing to do with trying to be masculine. Okay, yeah, it's just whatever's comfy. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, hello, lovey. What's for dinner? I don't know. I ate before stream. I put what I ate in the Discord in like Cook Unity channel. I love her. I love to fast. I hope she knows that I'm playing along with her. Damn, nudity? Wait, what did I say? Oh, Cook Unity, you little brat! Anyone a Mary Poppins enjoyer? You're not gonna hook me, right? She did let me live for a lot longer than I should have. That's right, I don't mind. She let me live for a lot longer than I should have. I don't mind that at all. Also, gender fluid druid! Think of the forehead kizzy. You heard that right? Yeah, Cook Unity. But it was a here. Let me look up the picture. It was a beef. Boy, am I gonna mispronounce this. Beef bibimbap. Beef bibimbap. It tasted just like a poke bowl. It was so good. Oh my good. Jeeper golly gee whiz. It was so good. GG's. Fun game. Fun game. Fun. Oh, ad now, no end game. Oh, or did ad just finish? I was not paying attention. Oh, there it is. Okay, ad now, no end game. It was really good, Doka. Good morning. Good morning, Remy. I also have like a lot of cute pink clothes. Oh, I look so bad in pink. I think I've come to the conclusion that I look really, really good in blues. And I look pretty good in green. Green and blues, I look, oh, of course, black. I look great in black. But I look really good in like greens and blues. I look really bad in red and pinks. Bibimbap. Bibimbap. That's what I had. 4 styles: Gothic, Hello Kitty, Enjoyer, Witchy, Adam Sandler. Shut the front door. I feel like we all have like a little Adam Sandler in us. Ladies. Casual wear, yeah. Yeah. I love me a silly little casual. And then like, all like, basically, I guess if you had to pick my, like, if I had to pick my styles, I guess it'd be like Adam Sandler, right? I wear a lot of fur, because I have 5 pets and they're constantly shedding. And then I also do Shein model because all my clothes are from Shein. And I love them so much. Remy! Think of the forehead. Oh, shut up, Shabby. Don't give me a complex. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Thank you. I'm a Korean Japanese, so I look horrible in things that don't go with the yellow undertone. Oh, really? So I'm super pale. Like, I'm European mutt. And I think I'm like a neutral is what they tell me. But I'm so, like, I get like red really, really easily. So, like, the pinks and reds show up in my undertones, like, really well, really easily, really fast, or whatever I want to call it. And so I think that's why pinks and reds look really bad on me. I have this one pink shirt that I really love wearing. It's so cute. I think it was, I think Bravo Penguin gifted it to me. I think it was a ghost shirt, and I love wearing it because it's so cute, but I feel, like, so ugly in it. But I wear it all the time, but to bed. Bravo Penguin, for the record, I love it very much. Danger Dan! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ugh, Jasper just came down here. I heard something about style, and then it reached mine. It said, I was a downtown girl? What is a downtown girl? Uptown girl. She's been living in a love. Unfortunately, Jewel Tones is beautiful. Jewel tones are nice. I've always wanted to get one of those can also say like color diagnoses, like color diagnostics, where they have like one of those color experts like lay all those colors on you and be like, oh, do you look good in this one or this one? Oh, neon. Oh, I think I look great in neon green. There's this one outfit that I wore. It was like a lingerie outfit. It was neon green and black. One of my favorite outfits ever wore. It was so pretty. Real fur, right? It's straight from the source. Yep. Really, Canary? Are there any colors that like you just feel super comfortable in? Like you just put on that T-shirt and you're just like, yeah, I'm that bitch. Because for me, that's green and blue. But I'm not sure if I like objectively look good in those or if I subjectively look good in those. Also, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Also, #Pixel in chat if you guys want to be entered in to win the giveaway. Damn Doga, do you want cat treats or dog treats? Also, bath! Mwah. English. Mwah. Think of the 4 kiss. See, #Pixel lingerie. Yeah, man. Used to be a lingerie model. Oh, did I say #Pixel? I meant #Kitten. Sorry. Type #Kitten. I lied to you. I'm so sorry. Type #Kitten. Oh, it's a pig! It's a pig, thank you. Amanda. So sorry, homies. Yeah, #Kitten. I'm so sorry. Type #Kitten if you guys want to be entered in the win of the giveaway. Kitty, I got you. As soon as I get hooked, / after this game, I'll get dumb kitty. Oh, look! Oh, Cheryl just DC'd because she got grabbed off the gen. That is so funny. Oh. Lame. So, pain res, by the way. How would you lie to us? I'm so sorry. I made you guys look silly typing #Pixel. I'm sorry. Oh. I think I want to go for the unhook, no? I don't know. I mean, I'll try. Oh, yeah. Okay, Barry's on the gen, so yeah, I'll go get the unhook. Oops. Oh, we got that Amanda skin, too. Whoa! She definitely saw me, right? Maybe. I don't know. She could be crouching behind me. Who knows? Okay, Sable, we don't have to scream in my ear. Okay. Hello, Cheryl! Oh! Sorry, love bug. Wait, lovely. Okay. Wait, come here! I love when bots listen to you. Oh, good submissive bot. That's just Nancy. Ugh. P41, no way! A brand new Gecko Hawaii jet. Oh my god. Whoa, we gotta go! Take her, not me! No, it's funny. She's 99 on her heel. See, little goose! Thank you for your first forehead kissy. She's literally 99 on her heel. I'm gonna drop that. Do you mind? Guys, what's the over-under on me holing this gamer? What's the over-under? Do we think I can get a slight little hole in? Oh my god, sorry. I saw like something out of the corner of my eye and I got skewed. Sorry. There's no way a Dr. Finkelstein came to chat while there's Amanda in my game. That's so funny. It's like you knew. It's like you knew. 1% chance? Whatever, hater, bacon eater. Jordan! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. Stellar Bear! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I miss people's messages. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm gonna cleanse the stone because I have nothing better to do. Because TikTok's being dumb and I had to go through all my videos and do the allow AI bullshit. Wait, what? But I got to see my panic attack of love. Wait! What did I do? What did I do? Rat Bat, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Panda Pansy, that's why you're my favorite. I'm joking. I mean, I'm not joking, you know? Oh, I could have gotten a flashbang? Favorite how to shower? Okay, bye, Stinky. You're welcome. Thank you, Rat Bat. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna get a flashbang, and then I think I'm gonna try for the pull. I did! You're cried because you're just like, ugh, Pixel, am I right, guys? I know. I'm just joking. That's really cool, though. So what is this AI thing that you talked about? What is that? I answered, you didn't define it had to be high. Wait, what? You beautiful butt? Like what you see? I'm high? How high are you? I'm joking. No! No butt, Cheryl! No! Mine! Oh, good girl. Good girl. No, no, oh, no, no. No, we gotta go. Oi, Jamoy. Damn, she went after Barry? So anyways, I started blasted. Okay, there's no resources here. Oh, I got a resource. We're good. Who's chasing who, Amanda? Who's chasing who? Whoa! Hey! What's up, South? Oh, South, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I very much appreciate it. Hey, you know what? It's still 5 years of partner until next April. So we have until, next March to say happy 5 years. Thank you. Celebrate the game. It's actually been super fun. This is my 5th game on. I've had 2 games where we 4-outed, 2 games where I got moried, 1 game I got humped. Yippee. And then now this game where Cheryl DC'd in 2 seconds. Okay, homie! Homie just tried to troll me, but the in-game protection stopped her from trolling. That's awesome. Alright, what's the over-under of me getting this my first try? I'm doing it. Oh, shit! Oh, I want to stick her in a silly little hole. Yeah, come on. Oh, well, that's... Oh, she did it! What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no? The hit was egregious, you 72 ping looking ass. That shit was egregious. I knew it. See, Fink, I knew it. Because the thing is, you came in the chat right after I got into a game with the pig. I know it's you. When I first got here, I got hashed. That was my second game. A section that auto turns on allowed AI to remix content. And you have to do it on every single video? Did I miss anything exciting? I got moried by a ghoul. Oh no, wait, this is my 6th game because we went against went against Rize. I forgot, it's my 6th game. It's me, I'm your killer. Good luck, have fun. I smile. Every day of my life I'm excited. I'm always excited. Oh, whoa, Cheryl. Cheryl, take a hit for your homie. Cheryl. Where my ass, Cheryl? Cheryl, where my ass? Nice! Alright, so, I think I deserve that, though. I think I deserve that. I can't believe that worked. Thank you. It's because you're here, Finky. I did it for you. And for no one else. Remember that, chat. Licks my lips seductively. There goes all my chapstick. Strawberry banana chapstick. Nice generator. Gotcha, thank you. Every single one? Okay, I don't know if I have the willpower to do that, I'm not gonna lie. First try. Alright, I was actually being facetious about that, but, you know, I'll take it. That's the 2nd time in a row that I first tried that. That's the 2nd time in a row. My last pig game that I did, like, earlier this week or last week, I also got it first try. Sunny! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. I don't think I got your kissy. I'm so sorry, homie. Thank you, lovely. 360 Y ladder sol. Okay, let's try that again. 360 YY ladder sol. No scope. Wow! Wait, what did I do? Wait, we can talk about this. What are the over under if this. Oh, no way. Okay, she does have BAM. Oh, I don't get that. Oh. Well, she has BAM, so, like, that was obvious, right? And now we... So I die here, right? But, you know, we had a good time. Call for a good time. No. Where are you? Cheryl? Heal me. Good girl. Oh, Anta! Oh my god. You guys didn't see it, but I just squeezed my boobs. That felt really good. That the foot of the doll looks different. That's Stellar Bear. It is a troll. I used to do that all the time. Oh my god, I have so many clips of me saying that to Stellar Bear. I'd be like, trying to like clip farm and be like, you know what? If the little cheek design goes like counterclockwise instead of clockwise, you know that that's the one that gets you gets your head trap off. Or if he looks to his left instead of the right, that's so you know. It's so funny. Oh god, I used to do it all the time. There's a lot of misinformation out there with these little traps, and it's so funny. It's snowing. Oh my god, I have been in perpetual flood warnings. It's been raining like crazy. Actually, there should be a thunderstorm starting momentarily, actually. Oh, Jasper's loafing. He looks so cute. Oh, I gotta remember to get cat treats for him. Give me that flashbang. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to go save Barry. Because it's a bot, and, oh, she just got her helmet off. Cool. Well, well, now I know where they're gonna go. Oh, they got them. Cool. Now, why, Arella, would you mess up my generator? Unless you were being chased, princess. Oh, you're booning! Okay, yeah. Enjoy your lucky turkey. Everyone say bye, V! V, we love you very much. Also, Dweeb. Mwah. Think of the fire kissing. Yeah! Big ol' tornadoes! Tornadoes, warning zones. Alright. I'm coming, princess. Unless you're being chased right now, then I don't want to get you, but I'm gonna get you. I got you, Amy. Yeah, no, the Midwest is ass, right? Hit the green button. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. No, Kyle can't win again, don't worry. He can't win twice. Oh, really? Also saying the boxes for this, yeah. Because I don't know. I don't know what I did. Oh, I think it's all RNG. Guys, remember Pig before the update where she can just stand in front of a box and have the eerie add-on where everybody has a trap on their head when they spawn in, and each person is assigned a box. Whoa! And she would just stand in front of the box and until their head blew up. Until their head blowed up. That was so fun. I never did it myself, but I had been the victim of the person that got victimized by that way. Michaela's so freaking hot. Cool and sounds horrible. It was so funny. Oh my god. Was that I could try to go to the totem to see if anyone will heal me. I could. Or I could go back to this generator. Oh, you want to heal me? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. The assigned boxes, yes! Yeah, exactly. I don't think Blizzard's working, is it? I haven't heard it all stream. I did turn it on. If anyone's wondering. Whoa, Sheboygan! That gen's almost done, though. I really want to go and get it. Oi, Sheboygan! Ah, poops and goops. Get the gen done! Get the gen done, Arella! Oh, that's alright. Yeah. I'll try to see it after this game. I keep forgetting. Oh, princess! Who wants to pick me up? Broken Lizard Club Dread. Huh? Huh? Cheryl, no way. Cheryl, my savior. Cheryl! Yo! Can we get some W bots? W bot Cheryls? Recover? I was trying to crawl away first. Oh, don't 99 me like I did for you earlier. Thanks, homie. Oh, thanks, homie. Hey, so that killer's right here. All right, so Cheryl, I'm gonna go and hold her. Do you mind? It'll be really funny. W bot. Thank you. Oh man. Oh. Who just died? Barry. Oh. Wait. Whoa. What's happening? Cheryl, go get him. Go get him, Cheryl. Go get him, Cheryl. Oh, there she is. Look, 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 look. Yeah, she definitely has it. She has to unhook. There's no way she won't get that unhook, right? Get that unhook. Yes! Good bot. Good bot. Bot MVP, that's what I'm saying, right? Oh, this was so close. It was like 95% earlier. I'm committed. Whoa! Come on, bot Cheryl. Come on, bot Cheryl. Come. Come quick. Come. Whatever. Everyone type come and I'm just joking. You know what? Next giveaway, we're making that the keyword. I'm joking. Cone! Shout out to cones, by the way. Pine cones, ice cream cones. I'm waiting to get healed because I know they could see me in this boon, so I'm just waiting to get healed. Come. Oh, it's just the bot now. Oh man. All right, well, I guess I'm leaving. Oh, I guess I'm staying. Okay. You know what? I could fill this gen up, right? Is there a blood thing over here, maybe? Oh, there's one. Right by the gen that needs to get done, Jesus. Ice cream cones. Oh, they're in a locker? Yeah, me too, Chloe. It was so funny, though. I thought it was very funny. Oh, huge perk value. Look, go. Oh, really? Never heard of that. Go on, bot Cheryl. Get your. Oh. So, where is this gamer gonna go? What's up, Haku? Oh, really? I was not looking. I was never taught how to read. I dropped out of college. Oh, come on, bot Cheryl. Bot Cheryl, you wouldn't lead her right to me. She saw me, right? No? Oh, fudge, yeah. Ah! No way, the bot gets to live! Wait, what did I get? No bird. Oh, I did flashbang save you. That's alright. You'll get over it. You'll be fine. You will live. They teach you to read in college? No, because I went to college in Montana. Alright, let me see if I get Lizard to work. Why is Lizard not working? Huh. Yeah, shallow and pedantic. Alright, try it again. No, it's just not working. Well, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I probably have to close Mix It Up Bot and reopen it, but I could not care less to do that, so I won't. Killer shouldn't be able to play when the connection is that bad, bro. That's really funny. That's really funny. Alright, let me get some kitty treats for the JoJo.
Where's Toto?
Jasper! Come here. Oh, he probably can't get in the dog cam. There's no way. Oh, kinda. Vegetable. Oh, kinda. Alright, you guys can kinda see that. Alright, come in. Up. Oh, did you guys see that? No, Charlie. Oh, she's a good dog. A good one. You want one? Okay. Oh, your mouth is so wet. You wait very patiently. Very patiently. Do you guys not mind if we played ad? That was a long game. Ad now, no ad in game because that game was really long. Oh, you know what? We'll do an ad and I'll put some blood points into Ghost face. How about that, eh? Oh, if I have to. Whoa! Prestige 10! Yuck, yeah.
Something bad is about to happen. Yum.
Guys, don't forget hashtag kitten in chat. Hashtag kitten. If you guys want to enter into the giveaway. Magical chick. Thank you for the 4 gives you. What is happening? Oh, it's Jasper. This outfit's so pretty. This Yui outfit is so cute. Oh, did you just rub against my ankle? Oh, you're so soft. Hi, Muffin! You're so cute. I don't have any more treats. I can pet you, Joe. You're so cute. You're a good boy. It's Jasper. One penny, by the way. Duh. Oh, okay. Can we not? French toast up my cords. Thank you. And now more ads in game. Oh my god, imagine. You get an ad, you get an ad, you get an ad. I wonder how many ads is like the most you can play in an hour. Having like 30 minutes of ads in an hour. It's like 30 minutes of ads, 30 minutes of no ads. It might actually be more. Hi, Alice! Everyone say hello, Alice, with the big booty. I hope you're doing so good, Angel. Thank you for your 286 kisses. Jesus Christ. I have a surprise. You have a surprise for Boo? Or your surprise is Boo? Father Campers. Hello, Alice. Thank you for saying hello, Supernova. Good submissive. Good submissive gamer. Wait, shut up! Climb for what? Wait, shut up! Sorry. You talk. But no one else talk. Shut up! Wait, so what does this mean for you? Like, obviously this is a good thing, right? Obviously. Either way, I'm so excited for you. Who do you guys think the killer is? Okay, I'm talking. Hey! I said shut up! I'm joking. Who do you guys think the killer is? My business finally taken out for communications. Shut up! Hell yeah, brother! Oh, is it Michael? Twins? Oh, one should be so lucky. We should be so lucky. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, man. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Myers, our doctor? Oh, you know, I feel like if it was doctor, we'd probably hear it already, right? We hear the shocking booty butt. Oh, that just got cool. Okay. I'm gonna flashbang. Shut up. I'm so happy for you, Alice. I'm so proud of you. That's huge! You should be so proud. I'm sure you are. You should continue to be so proud. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Did I say thank you for the follow, or was I a bad streamer? Thank you for the follow. Okay. Oh, it's that stupid ass horse. Forgot about him. Also, Magical Jack, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Oh, I did say thank you? I'm such a good streamer, guys. I'm joking. Oh, who is that? Oh, it's a trapper? Oh, interesting. Interesting, interesting. Oh! Oh! Let me help you, love bug. I got you. Oh, oh no, we're fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. Oh, we gotta get this gamer up right now, Hinatu. Alright, I'll go get the unhook. Alright, eyes on the ground, guys. Eyes on the ground, eyes on the ground. Eyes on the ground, eyes on the ground. Oh, shite, guys. I don't think we're making it out of here. Whoa, oh, okay, I actually don't want to go that fast. I don't want to go that fast. Hold on, chill, 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 chill. Oh, that was scary, love. Oh, resurgence. Good girl. Hi, Dragon! Dragon, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. You scared my dog, by the way, apparently. I'm like super duper scared right now. I scared my dog. Oh my god, we didn't do anything else. That was all you. That was all you, baby Goyola. Alright. Let's see if we can get this homie. Eyes on the ground, guys. Eyes on the ground. Why are we running? Oh. Oh, that's why we're running. Okay. Why are we? Oh no. Well. Oh, yeah. See, that's a problem, huh, isn't it?
Hello.
Nice. No way he mozzed into that. Okay. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna get tunneled. Wait! So anyways, how did that work? Running in solidarity. Oh, wait, what? Are you asking if I'm doing solo queue? Is that what you're asking? Or what are we asking? Pizza! What kind of pizza? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome into the stream. It's my third? That's my third flashbang save today. Alright. I'm having a lot of fun with this build today, guys. Yo, I'm gonna slap this horse in his face. Stupid horse. Stupid fucking horse. None of them brought cakes or pies or eyeballs. What? In this economy? Oh, let me see if this is still here. Now, is this the one that hurts me as I do it too? Like, what's the second hat on? Oh, okay. What's the second hat on? It could be the automatic reset one, right? Be right back. Oh, ooh, okay. All right, yum, yum, yum. Oh, I can go for some pizza. What game should I play? I'm joking. What do you, I think so too, Yukai. I think so too. Because I don't think he had enough time to reset it, right? Nope. Watch that to open. Watch that open right there. I never don't bring Deja Vu. I love Deja Vu. Deja Vu's great. Have you ever commissioned your quests yet? When do they, oh! Are you talking about in Dead by Daylight? Did you get all the cosmetics? Ugh. God, now I want pizza. I'm so easily influenced. This Yui, though, is a gamer. She do be doing a heckin' run. I got one more challenge. Oh, easy. In Dead by Daylight? Is it Survivor or Killer? God, this girl's running. Running, 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 running. Ole, ole, ole. Yeah, I'm guessing it's the reset one. Because I don't know if he had enough time. Like, he had time, but I don't think he did reset it. What's up? Bacon! Bacon Appy. Aha! Aha! Now it's confirmed. Now we know for sure. Bacon Happy Wednesday. Well, I'm gonna go and check this one too now. Yeah, sure! Alright, there you go. Mystery solved. Whoa, fudge! So anyways, that's one of his, what's funny is that that's one of his random traps. That wasn't even a planned one. Oh, shamoy. Oh, get me, girl. Okay, way too early, homie. Oh, but you got it. I didn't say anything, actually. Fun fact. I didn't say anything. That was perfect timing, actually. Evan. We can talk about this. We can talk about this, Evan. Don't drop that. Don't drop that. Good boy. Oh, wow. Look at us. He hears me. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Oh. Should we use backward? Go, 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 you idiot! If he killed me? Girl. Oh, wrong button. If he killed me, I was gonna be so mad. I have to get her up. Oh, I was gonna be so mad. Danny! Danny, nice. Hashtag kitten. Get entered into that giveaway, gamer. He's gonna come over here, right? Oh, no, he didn't. He went that way. Dang. I was so stressed. Did you guys see that? I was like crying. I almost cried. You didn't put one here, right? Good boy. So anyways, it started blasting. I am gonna undo you for no reason at all, except for the fact that I just am mad. Okay, bye. Hi, Saphira! Saphira, how was your, you were doing the Ash to Eerie, right? Are you done? You do it? You were doing some juicy long streams, gamer. Saphira, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh, wow, one gen left? Oh, cool. I'm waiting for it. It's happened before. Others got there first. I'm done. Oh, you're not gonna finish? I've done that in some Ash to Eerie races. I'm just like, you know what? I was going against like what Zubatlal and cause he won like what, one of them, two of them. Oh, thank you, Prince Celix. Who else? Who won the other one? I don't remember. But I was like, I'm gonna finish it. Whoa! I'm gonna finish it because I can. It's scary to have that trap open right in front of you, right? Oh. Thank you, gamer. I should probably undo that trap, but I really want to go save this gamer. Oh, and now we run. Enjoy your lucky turkey! Oh, he threw it into the pallet, into the pallet, into the pallet. Oh! I was hoping that he would be susceptible to some little games, but no. Slight little fob, you know what I'm saying? Oops. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Wait. So anyways, don't make this, right? I don't make this. I don't make this. Do I? Oh. Because he knows a thing or two about a thing or two. I feel like I'm looping myself. Like, I feel like he knows too much and me too little. You know? Wow! I didn't realize it was open there! I thought it was open on this side. I wasn't looking. Oh, that was scary. I think I was looping myself there. I think I did that for him. So close. Girl, I'm so bad at this game. Hi, Signer Boyo! Good thing they could heal in a trap. That would've been so funny. I have to dye my hair teal tonight and hem the bottom of my tux bands and paint a gel to— oh my god, I'm already stressed. Wait, you're gonna do it in May too? Oh, Shamoy. I really had was Monday. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I've done— oh my god, I've done so many of these Ash to Eerie things, and I really like the way that like Alibot did his. Because he like broke it up in days. Like you can only do it like 8 hours, you know. And I don't know, just made it so like so much more reasonable, right? And then I've done the ones where like you have to do it from start to finish, and oh my gosh, because I think the longest stream I've ever done was an Ash to Eerie challenge. It was like 21 hours. I'm doing pretty good, homie. Sick Turmo, how are you doing, Angel? I hope you're doing so good. Hope work's been doing really good for you. Where the hell? Oh, shit nipples. Oh, why do you know so many things about things? Okay. Oh, there she is. You know what? Keeping him over here is great because, you know, he's not by my friends. And it's like an easy unhook, right? But he hasn't gotten the unhook yet. So I don't know what's happening. Well, I guess I'll just go to this duel, no? Well, they are playing together. Look at their names. Like, they have to be playing together, no? You're loving your new job. That makes me so happy. Good. I was going to ask, too. Well, did I ask about your job? I'm glad. I'm so glad you're loving it. Hell yeah. Oh, no. No! I wonder where he got trapped from. It had to be a window, maybe, eh? Well, we gotta leave, right? He's Death Hook. Can we wait? There it is. Just us Goyles. Heal. Any heal points? Oh, you're such a good little girl. Thank you. I play with Eddie Bubbles. Can be wait, Eddie Bubbles. Is it like Anna Balls? So anyways, we're gonna go. Hello, princess. Oh, bro, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. Everyone say hello, princess. Also, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Wish you luck. Listen, solo queue has been kind of nice tonight. I'm not gonna lie. It's been kind of nice. Oh, it's unrelenting. I see. That's good. That was a fun game. That was a super fun game. I really like that. That was my third flashbang save today. Yep. I'll take it. Hope you're doing so good. Oh, Daddy, do you want dog or kitty? Hello, princess. Ooh, yeah, give me that iridescent shards. Yep. What was it? 200,000 iridescent shards. Doggy, I gotcha. Not you, Jasper. Do you guys want to see Jasper? There he is. Here you go, Bobo. Oh. So cute. Amazing. Thanks. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really did not want to be on stream today. I'm so sorry. I really did not want to be on camera today. Also, we have 48 entries in the giveaway so far. And we already drew one winner. On total purpose. I totally didn't do it on accident. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome. And also, I love your name. I gotta put more chapstick on, guys. Strawberry banana. Exactly, Jenny. See, you get me. Jenny, how's your birthday month been? Jojo, you're such a good boy, huh? Such a good boy. Will another mod win? The chat will, that would be a really funny prediction, because I know you suggested the earlier Phantom Monster, right? Was it you? But the giveaway is for the Blood Moon Cosmetics. It's one code. You get 4 cosmetics. You get Jake, Sable, Deathslinger, and Blight. All 4 of those cosmetics in one code. We're expending work, but otherwise not too bad. Hey, you know what? You know what? Yeah, that's good. Good for you. Mods are only ones who will win. Hey. You know what? You're not the only ones that will win. That's why I always have to share my screen whenever someone wins. I'm just like, I ain't gonna have someone tell me I'm a liar. I ain't calling you a truther. Any Drake and Josh fans? Yeah? What if I just, like, that'd be really funny if there's, like, a way to just, like, mod everybody. Oh, am I leaving? What's happening? Oh, I see. Said the blind man. I'm just gonna leave. Oh, wait. No, if Carlos is taking him for a run, I'm gonna go back on the journey. Because he'll know that I'm on his John. It's spherical! No! Raven, you're a mod. You're a mod. You never know. Panda Pants, you're way too sweet. Really? Wait, which one? The, I forgot what I even said. Oh, I love this loop so much. Don't hurt me. Oh, Sheboygan. Whoa! Oh no. So, what happened there was... Jervs has me. I thought he was going to go around the corner. You want to talk about that? You know, what if I rig it so you don't? Oh, no, I'm just joking. Super mod? I don't even have the super mod strong loops. I know. See, what happened was... That's my DBD iridescent creator. No, yeah, did you guys see that? That was crazy. Hello. Oh god, I love this hairpiece so much. Oh, yo, can I look at your butt? Thank you. See, those stockings are so cute. Booty. There he is, all the way over there. We got plenty of time. Mod love. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Hello! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome. Chloe. Oy, boy. Really? What do you think of his update? I still haven't gone against him enough to know how to play against him. I'm not going to use that as an excuse for why I ran into his arms earlier. That was just all mean. Hi, Chippies! Hashtag kitten. Chippies, hope you're doing so good, homie. But I'm still just like learning. She's learning how to go against him, you know what I mean? I'd probably learn better if I didn't run into his arms. Oh, in 4 years? Oh, okay, so you know. Hashtag kitten if you guys want to be entered into the giveaway for the 4 Blood Moon Cosmetics. Booty so big. Oh, Potter. Booty. That is so funny. 4 years, man. As long as I've had sex. So anyways, I started blasting. I'm joking. It's been like 2 years. So anyways. Gas pedal. Potter. Are Alright, so what is happening here? Do you guys mind if I finish this gen? Oh, well. Maybe he'll come over here, and then he'll ignore the slug, and then the slug gets up. That'd be pretty cool, right? No, he's going back to the slug. Okay, makes sense. You can finish? Oh, thank you. New plate. That's true. Whoa! Yo, he minked. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, 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 chill. Whoa, 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 whoa. I gotta drop that. I gotta extend the loop a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Okay, he's letting me go pick it up. He's letting me get you, love. Oh, let's run. Let's run. I have an idea. Let's leave. Oh no! Oh, you are so hot. Oh. I'm gonna lick you from T to A, buddy. All right. So, anyways, that was weird. That was really weird, guys. It's a weird thing to say. Alright, so there's a lot of us here. That's, Whoa! I forgot you could just break paths like that. Your mic gotta show. I do have background player. Kind of banking on that. Good girl. Good girl. I like this team. I don't think I make it over there, though. I have breakout, but I don't even make it over to them, you know? Nice! Oh, for Jordan! I wonder if she had breakout. Wait, what did I do? Ah! No! Did you see my arms? Look at my arms. Look in my eyes. I am the captain now. I was in the animation for throwing the pellet. Tibia armpit? Yeah. Yes, Auntie! And Auntie, I saw you join the giveaway too, so good, good, good. Because this is part of the giveaway. This is part of the giveaway. Yo, 36 pain? Hello? Okay. Shh, go back, go back. Shh, go back down. Go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this team is really good. I like this team. I'm telling you, solo queue's been really fun today. Yeah, tibia armpit. That's where I'm looking. That's where I'm licking. Hi, Father! Oh my god, Father Farron, I have to say, streaming without a webcam is like the best thing ever to do. If he got Tombstone. Oh, if he got Tombstone, I would have screamed. Screamed, queened. You know what I'm saying? Don't look at it, you'll scare the pig. Oh my god, you guys are so funny. Yeah, the giveaway is for the 4 Blood Moon cosmetics. One for Blight, one for Deathslinger, one for, I have no clue where he is. Oh, there he is. One for Sable and one for, I gotta do it. I gotta do it to him. I gotta do it to him. And then one for Jacob. Medium bolt! Fudge! I gotta do it! I gotta do it to him! You go break that. Yeah, break it. See if I care. Hashtag armpit! ladies, trying to do my work type shit. Yeah, he's gonna break that, right? Whoa! Ha! I need an adult! Oh, okay, that was a really bad flashbang. I don't want to talk about it, I got scared. And she holds W. Oh. Hit takers! Clit takers! Cliticus Maximus. That was so hot. Holy. You're the adult? I've never been an adult my entire life. Whoa, 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 whoa! We can talk about this, we can talk about this, we can talk about this! Whoa! Oh, there's no Payetta here. Oh, that's alright. That's alright. Okay, he really wants his 1K though. Oh, they'll take hits, they take hits, they take hits. They're hit takers, they hit takers. Yeah, yeah, okay, I run. Carlos, help! Help me! Mother! Mommy! Mom! Mommy! Mom! Mother! Mom! Mother! If I can get to, ooh, I see one. I was about to say, whoa! I was about to say, if I can get to a paillette, I'm good. Alright, so I don't think a door has been worked on yet, though. So, I mean, that's a concern. Oh, yes. Work at it, girl. Oh, okay. You're not ready yet. I go back in. Are there any pallets? Nope. Alright, we're going even further. Alright. This one right here. I feel pretty safe with this. Feel pretty safe here. If he gets his power, I'm cooked. Yeah, they're healing. Good. Perfect. I'm going back into the map. Oh, that was a bad idea, apparently. What was this? What? Oh, wait, where they? They're there. Get him! Get their ass! Get his ass! Oh, she does have breakout. Who called it? Me. I called. I was like, she's kind of fast. That's a breakout, right? Oh, look, she's running the same exact build as I am. That's so funny. I don't think he gets this. Get greedy. Oh my god. He doesn't get this. He doesn't get it. No way. Blind him on the way out. I did not blind him. That's fine. So I don't really know where I'm going. Oh, over here. We run out. We just go. Yo, I'm gonna give everyone in this lobby and in this chat granny gum jobs. Do you guys mind? Oh no. What do I do? I can't get that. I can do this. Here, I'm helping. Yippee. So anyways, I can't do anything there. Oh yes, come. Where are you going? Why are you running? Let me heal you. Oh, we're leaving! Let's leave! I have an idea. Let's leave! Okay. That's a free unhook, right? Holy! I'm okay. Hold on. They did! Yeah, Chloe! Hold on. No! I'm so sorry. GG's though. Dead on first. Listen, I wanted to save you. UHG left. Oh, she said. Oh, no, she's bad. Damn. Okay. I'm gonna leave before they're mean to me. Oh no, GG's. That was a fun game. Holy moly, guacamole, artichoke, baba booey. I saw you picking the corner. I literally thought you were doing. Hi, Sierra. Oh, Sierra, I hope you're doing so good. Oh, I'm gonna assume that the Yoichi was not with them, right? I'm gonna assume the Yoichi was not with them. Because I was trying to get the Yoichi for a Heelys, but he did chase us out, so it was probably a better idea for us to leave. You literally took away that Myers ankles and turned him to. I didn't do anything. Violet! Oh my god, Gigi! Everyone say Gigi's okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot to look at your build. I think we had the same builds. Because you had Breakout and Sample. I also had Breakout and Sample. You were solo queue? Shut up. The synergy was so good. Oh my god. I'm so sad that you died. Guys, everyone say GG's. I'm telling you guys, everyone it was in that lobby is getting some granny gum jobs. Oh no, you guys are so good. Goated. GG's, Violet. That was so much fun. Oh my god. I'm sweating though. Nice shade, Jade. Ah! Think of the forehead keys, you. Oi, Jamoy. GG's. That was such a fun game. Holy moly, guacamole. Am I out of medkit or medkits, by the way? Toolboxes. Not yet. Guys, I have to do an ad. Oy. Ad now, no ad in game. I know. I need a breather after that game though. That was so much fun. I'm telling you guys, this build is it. This is the fun this is the most fun I've had playing DBD's entire event. Ewy, I know. Alistair plays ads. I'd do it again. But if you guys want to enter into the giveaway, remember, we have 55 entries in the giveaway. Botany knowledge, auto tic, breakout 9. Shut up, no way. Oh, and you had a box. Cool. Yo, GG's. We love auto tic. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I love your name. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Auntie Mac. Mwah. I give the flag easy. Oh, I think that person's already taken care of. Salted Loki, I'm pretty sure. No, thank you. Gonna be fun, cool. Thank you. Taking away, say a prayer, but let the good times roll. In case God doesn't show. I don't tic. Oh, no way! Yo, Violet, that's so sick! What the fudge? That's awesome. Good for you. Alright, ad's almost done. I dropped out of college, so I can't relate. I don't know how to read. Congrats. Aw, man, I'm about to finish my Snapple. In case you guys missed it, our Snapple fact of the day. Snapple fact number 1619. Asparagus can grow up to 7 inches in a day. So can my penis. To get my therapy degree. Oh, real. Master's in linguistics is what I was trying to say. Linguistics and an emphasis on East Asian language. Shut up. That's so dope. Because I've been stuck on an ad until now. Oh no! I'm sorry about the ads, guys. They should be done now, theoretically. Was playing for Pixel, but Pixel has had someone else reading for her. It's true. What was that? Was it like Michelle Lee? Is that her name? Is that her name? Where like there's a joke that she doesn't know how to read. Ooh! Oh, Shabby, I'm sorry. What kill are you gonna do? Thank you for your follow! Welcome in. First, get me out of my mind. Okay. Oh no, that was for. I wasn't talking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. All right. Sorry, guys. So who do we think the killer is? Oh, Violet, yours way too sweet. What the heck? You're coming in a very low vibes day. Ooh, a Talbot! Should tell him to enter in the giveaway. He doesn't have the new skin. Whoa. Oh, okay, so imagine. It's exactly what I wanted to do, actually. Whoa! Sheboygan. We're gonna go downstairs. Shadow Step. Oh, I hate Shadow Step. Oh, man. I'm so sorry, Talbot. This is not my idea. Not my idea, Talbot! Whoa! If that hit me, I was gonna be egregiously mad. Oh, hello, ho. I was mad so much, it's a bit bad. Oh, it's a blight! Quick, Raven, say something! Raven be like, oh my god, I just got into stream. I love Talbot so much. If you enter and don't want it, could probably give it to someone else. Whoever wins the code, they can do whatever they want with it. Bless. W mods. Magic Killer Pixel has joined chat, enters and wait, what? Oh, yeah! A lot of people have won giveaways that either just started following the day of the giveaway or don't even follow me at all, because I don't have any follower rules in the stream or whatever. I heard what the giveaway was and I was like, I have a lot of cosmetics. Yeah, with the Sable, Jake, Talbot, and Caleb. I'll get a Pixel. I already used one. I already used one. But this is the same giveaway from earlier, so if you guys entered earlier today, it is the same giveaway. So anyways, yeah, Lara, remember when you brought the killer to me? Yeah, you better trade for me, baby girl. I was gonna say girly pop, or not girly pop, blight. There you go. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. See if I give a fuck. See if I give a fuck. I'm on Deadhook. I don't care. Oh. I don't care. Get me out of this game. Like, I could not care less. I already walked to this game going in a bad mood anyway, so get me out. Which sucks, because I really like this map and I really like this killer, but that's fine. I feel bad if I entered since I don't play DBD. Well, I mean, the rules for, or what the giveaway is in the title. It's in the pinned message, so, I mean, he's a big fan. I don't think he's mad. I don't think he's mad at all. But I got left on first hook right in the beginning of the game, so, I mean, we just go next. GG's go next. But I need it! What prestige is your Sable, though? Because I know you use, like, the code blood points, right? You might do the giveaway. I wanted to hop on some DBD watching ya. Probably at the end of stream. We've been streaming for, well, not even 3 hours yet, so. Probably towards the end of stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, Kyle won, and he doesn't play DBD. So he's gonna either give it away or use it for himself, or, you know, 10 or something. That's not bad for someone who doesn't play DBD. Yeah. Give tweets? Doggy or kitty cat? Yeah, cool, Kyle. Hell yeah. I figured you were gonna give it away. And that's your product. It's your win. Pixel wants people to read. Silly Pixel. Ha! I dropped out of college. Kitty! Alright. Jojo. Oh, actually, it's gonna have to be a doggy because the cat's not here. Sorry. Sorry. Jasper's not here. Here you go, boo. Oh, he's a good doggy. I don't know where Jojo is. Ah, that's why it's been so peaceful and quiet. That's why it's been so nice. Jasper hasn't been bothering the heck out of me. As long as I got you. I got you, Father. Thank you very much for redeeming the Twitch. Oh, Jasper, you know what? Maybe. That's so funny. That's so funny you said that. Thanks for the memories. He looks like such a prince. Oh, he's a good boy. I did spend quite a bit of time earlier just kissing all over his face earlier. Ugh. And then, of course, I had to do Charlie afterwards because I had to... Oh, okay. Don't be weird, chat. I had to go and kiss Charlie on his face afterwards because, you know, I had to make it even. But I just spent a good amount of time just kissing the doggies. They're just so cute. Like, you can't not look at the dogs and be like, oh, Trixer, Loki, what did you do? Loki, you brought your husband here. A Lego set? Huh? Chrissy! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. It's literally him. Now, ooh, maybe we're lucky it's a Mina. If we're lucky. Oh, enjoy your dinner. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm actually putting points into Ghost Face right now in Auntie. From, what was it? My birthday stream. What's the odds that it's over here? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Well, V said, no thank you. No. Well, clearly it's not a Mina, right? Because you wouldn't DC if it was a Mina. Situating my fans, I'm gonna get my own at mine. Shut up! Braver! Oh, I love that for you. Oh. So... What? It is a Mina! Huh. Well, you can go ahead and have the... No. Why is this hitting... Why are they hitting me? How did they go through V? You can have the bot. I don't give a fuck. Yo, if you're not gonna go after the two bots that just DC'd, I don't want to play. So what the heck what happened these last two games? We had peak game with Violet and the other gamers, and then this. No, literally, Raven. And like when I play killer, oh, I go for the bots, you know? Why are you trying to make your voice higher? I have never had anyone tell me that I have a high voice. Is someone come here rage baiting? Rage bait used to be believable, am I right, chat? Okay, that was actually just how my normal voice is. The one killer I can't go against is the plague. Really? Oh yeah. Is it the vomit? Bro, this is not your normal voice. No shit, Sherlock, you dumb bitch. oh, sorry. Oh, you're a bot. I don't give a fuck about you. What's up, Willie? Everyone's like, hello, Willie. But everyone's saying a really high-pitched voice to piss off the dumbass in chat. Oh, no, don't delete it. I'm having fun. Let us. Please. Please. Unless they say something, like, really bad, of course. Love the energy here. Oh, thanks, homie. Even though you don't like my voice. Rage bait used to be believable. God, can you imagine if I had my webcam on? They'd be like, they'd be calling me fat too, right? I love playing the plague, but if someone DCs, they go after the bots. Right? Alright, mods, you can get rid of them if you want. They're too stupid to be entertaining. Willie! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. It's beautiful. I was waiting for Kyle to say something because I know Kyle is in a mood today. Well, not like in a bad mood, but like you were in a fighting mood. Everyone point and laugh. When was their account made? Does anybody know? I was just waiting. Yeah, you're waiting on the. Oh wait, shit, they're hooked. Oh, I didn't realize that the actual gamer was hooked. What? You skinny queen! You skinny queen! Oh. Oh my god, it was actually working for a second. It was March 23rd? Oh, okay. So probably like underage or something too. When they had all that time to rehearse and that's it. Right, Braver? I know you like to have fun with them first. Yeah. But like they weren't even being funny, so I can't even clip that either. Not even like funny clip stuff. Oh, Loki, I do that all the time. Whenever I see someone who's like dumb in someone else's chat, I always ban them in my chat. I always put a reason too, so like the people know. Yeah, I do that too. I always put a reason too. First time being a bot, y'all. I'm kind of Snowy just said first time being a bot, y'all. I'm kind of excited. I've never been. So actually, you know what? I will give them credit where credit is due. Those are two things that I've never been accused of. I've never had someone say, "Why do you make your voice higher?" Because I've actually been like kind of like self-conscious about my voice for most of my life because I feel like I have like a very deep masculine voice, which is fine. But for me personally, I've always like felt like my voice is like very like, I don't know. Kamoso D say alto. Very like alto voice. And so I've never had anyone say, "Oh, puppers, hello, lovely." I've never had anyone say, you make your voice higher. I've never had that. I've never been accused of view buying before. How many people are in here? Oh. Who are you people? I mean, that's a pretty good ratio for people yapping to 100 people, right?
It's always been a sexy voice to me. Thanks, Kyle. You too.
Oh, sorry, I was reading mod chat. Sorry. Wait, what if she brings a more, or what if she mories me? Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, whoa, 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 Joe. Ah, she's so good at debating. I'm not gonna hold you. My eyes! That's alright. Oh, yes! Yes! Everyone shut up! My show's on. We're your pixel bots? Alright, so I used to McChicken. Fuck, now my fat ass wants a McChicken. I used to call my community, like, you know how people, like, are clever, not like me, but you know how, people, like, call their community, oh, it hasn't changed for me, mods, it looks the same to me, it was 113 when I checked, and now it's 114, oh, wait, everyone tell me, what pixel bot number are you, sound off, what was I about to say, oh, so you know how people who are cleverer than me, they'll like name their communities like, oh, these are like my 16, shut up. That they'll like name their communities like, oh, these are like my, I don't know, I can't even think of anything clever, but I used to call them like the Pixels Cat Cafe. I think that's what my Discord is called. Calling you guys pixel bots would be so funny. Like, you guys are my bots, you know. Jesky, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh, enjoy your lurk. Yours is the cryptids. Oh, I missed this message. Hold on. PixelPod 69. Lane Mori. Who hurt you? I like being a nice killer. Wait, who are you playing killer as? Oh, Jasper's here. I love the Trickster. I'm just so bad against the Trickster. Like, I did give up that game. Like, I hope you guys know I did give up that game. I hope you guys know. But, oh, Dracula. Aww. You know what? I was watching Slothbag yesterday, and his squad got a nice, friendly Dracula. But it's funny because, like, they didn't know that they were friendly, except for chat, because chat kept telling them, it's like, they're friendly, they're friendly, they're friendly. It was really funny, but it was really cute. And he was only as like a puppy. He's so baby Goyle. Wait, Dracula? Pixelbot for 2069. Could you imagine if I had 420, like 42,000, 42,000 viewers? The most viewers I ever had, I think, was like just shy of 10,000 viewers, and that was a front page thing. What's the name of that thing from like 10 years ago? Oh my god! I don't even know how to pronounce that. I do that for DBDs. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah. Pixels brats! I would love to call you guys my little brats. I would love to call you guys my slutty little brats. I don't think that's very brandable, though. But just so you guys know, in my heart, you guys are my slutty little brats. You're so no! Exclamation point brat, for you guys want to find out what percentage brat you are. Just don't tell everyone. Hey! Prince Zuko? Like from, from like, Avatar? I want to marry him. Oh shit, Leon too? Okay, I didn't catch that. Oh my god. Oh wait, that was just fine. Okay. It's an end ray. So, fudge. Oh, it's the first. So, oh my god. Well, I guess, oh, now I kind of want to marry Leon, right? And then I want to kiss and make out with Prince Zuko. Specifically kiss and make out. Remember that. Kiss and make out. That's the plan. Kiss and make out. Whoa! Oh god, I'm screwed, chat. And then whatever the last one was, I can't remember. Oh, Steve Harrington. He get a friend hug. He get a friend side hug. You know what I mean? Woo! Oh, that was a good one. That was good. That was good. That was good. We just run. We just run. We just run. We hold S. And by S, I mean W. Leon. Leon. And then Leon. What about you guys? 17% bratty? Yeah, that's not right. You can re-roll. 56% bratty? Nice Myers. With that side hug. He's all yours, Chris. You can have him. 75% bratty. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I was reading chat. Leon! My screenshots aren't working. Deal. Yo, 68%, dude. Uh-oh. Ping, wrecking. Why does Boogie look like that? I feel like every male survivor has a butt that looks like they're taking a dookie. You know what I mean? Like every male survivor looks like they're taking a dookie. I think one of the worst ones is Dwight. Dwight is really bad. Oh shit, nipples. He's gonna go for me, no? Yep, there it is. Fudge. I didn't even know he was chasing me. Yep. Hello, lovely. Behavior hates male booties. Yeah. It's because they're not toes. Get another skin for RE9 or Violet. I hope so. I really hope so that we get something for RE9. Man, I'm gonna lie. I feel like we peaked at that Myers game with Violet, and then, you know, it all just kind of went downhill from there. Shoot. Oh, okay, for the record, I swear to God I hit spacebar, but I little butterfly kissed it. Sorry. No, my bad. I'm not giving up. Team, I want to keep playing. Team, I want to play. Please. Team, I want to play. Sorry, I missed a skill check. I'm sorry. Wait, we can talk about this. Oh, I hear him too. Rub. Okay, this butt isn't too bad, right? That's not so bad, you know? It's definitely not like giving dookie, you know? It's not giving dookie. It's a weird thing to say. I think it's actually just blow on the cartridge. What? So anyways, I'm Deathlock again already. I don't know how that happened. No! Jasper, stop! Jasper, stop! Get down. Bad boy. Alright, who wants a cat? For no particular reason, who wants a kitty cat? Ooh, that was close, love. Drop that. Oh, man. What do you mean you M1-ing? What do you mean? Oh, sorry, loves. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. I did not see you guys there. Oh, man. Toxic streamer. Sandbags. I'm so sorry, loves. I did not. Ah. I'm so sorry. So sorry, lovelies. Yeesh. RPD Leon. Oh, wait. Hold on. Special Agent Leon or DSO. Oh, my God. RPD Leon gets a hug because he's just a baby. You know what I mean? I think I'll marry Special Agent Leon because there's something about, like, I'm totally going to use Special Agent Leon in the bedroom, so I'm going to marry you. And then Kiss DSO Leon. No, Poe, you're good. I'm going to finish this gen, you mind? There you go. Oh, you're going to heal me. Oh. Well, we're probably going to draw the winner at the end of game. Or, end of stream. Hashtag Kitten if you guys want to be entered into this giveaway for all the Blood Moon cosmetics for Sable, Jake, Talbot, and Caleb. Oh, okay. Any Leon's Moans enjoyers? Here you go. Prick up thine ears. Woof. Oh, nice. Nice. Let's go back to Shaq. Sink. my angel of music. How was dinner, Poe? How was dinner? Oh, Bubble. That's very funny. Oh. Was it me? It wasn't me. Oh, I hear him. Oh, he gets me. Yeah, he does. Why is it always me, chat? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just did not know you were there. I'm so sorry, love. No, 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 no. That's right. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Ada's on Hook. Ugh. Ada. Ugh. Well, I don't know if we need another Ada skin. Unless she's in the DLC, which we don't know yet, right? Do we? Don't tell me if there's a leak. I don't want to hear anything about no leaking. Yeah, Mabel Mommy, you can do that. Cheesy tater tots and a bean cheese burrito. Oh my god. Ugh. Yum. You had me at cheese, honestly. Leanne can afford a Hook. You can't. Oh, you're talking back from earlier in the game. Yeah. I didn't even realize I needed to get Sorry, I got an email. I didn't even realize those are. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this Stranger Things enjoyer. Oh shoot! I gotta do add now, no ad in game. Do you guys mind? You guys don't mind. Oh wait, I have to pee. You guys don't mind if I have to go pee, right? Guys, enter into the giveaway. There are 58 people entering this giveaway. Not allowed. Well. I do have an empty bottle here, but I don't think I'm that comfortable with aiming, so. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. In the meantime, enter into the giveaway. Stretch. Get some bevs, some noms. Do your thing, chicken wings. I'll be right back. Or J-Bug's coming. Both of them. We might have to run. Oh, let's go. I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Oh, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Did I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Ooh! Okay. Best pee ever. Thanks, guys. Oh! Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. Oh wait, do I still have my build? Let's see if Jacob has stuff. So, you guys don't see this, right? Oh. Oh. Okay. You guys didn't see that, right? Whoa! 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 Jacob! What secrets do you have? What secrets are you sharing with us? Where did you get my fit from? Wait, this one? It's rugged by fit. He's even got his guipos out. So anyways, I started blasting. Oh, I think I have to like get some... Oh, when was the last time I played him? Haunted by Daylight? So, that's weird. Oh, actually, let's see if I have any, like, cakes or anything. My friends. Ooh. 18 frightful fawns. Those are mine. Alright, I guess we'll just use these, right? And then... Right. Oh, wait, no. I want, this, yeah. Does it stack? I don't think so. I don't know if that stacks. I'll do that. Oh, actually, I'm doing a build. Oh, my bad. Forgot to make a new. There we go, love. Yeah. We're gonna do the same build because I've been having a lot of fun with it. Oh, you know what else I can do, too? Actually, instead of breakout, I think I might do any means necessary. Because I haven't really been getting a lot of breakout value. I mean, I've been getting some value, but, like, not a lot. Shabo. What was the lack purse that I had? Oh, not to. Oh, there it is. Oh, what kind of salad are you gonna make, by the way? I had a salad for breakfast. It was a chicken Caesar salad. It was very good. And I cut up some avocado, half an avocado specifically. I cut up half an avocado in there. Na, 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 na. Oh, went too far. Where is my little kitty? There she is. Yeah, sure. Baymar! Ew! Look at all these boys. Not very often I get a boys lobby. Lettuce, cheese. What did you fucking call me? Cuck? Cherry tomato, avocado, ranch. What kind of cheese? I had some Parmesan in mine. Chicken strips. Yeah, I had some chicken. It was a pre-made salad. $1.99. Jolly Green. Oh. Oh! I've never read it like that. I thought she was calling me a cuck. You know, wouldn't be the first time. It's alright. A Maz cheddar. Oh, yum. Is it chicken strips? Oh. Wait, the chicken strips? Or is it the bacon strips and bacon strips and bacon strips? Hello, boys. So this is one of the other cosmetics. Hello, gentlemen. This is one of the other cosmetics that are part of the giveaway. Whoa. Oh! So anyways, I wonder who the killer is. Gay bacon strips. Oh, really? Shabby, I'm sorry. Shabby, do you want to play with me? You don't have to. But if you want. I'm not playing very well. And I'll leave your ass for some blood points. I'm just joking. Kind of joking. Okay, what do you guys think the skin is gonna be? Purple? Matthew Lillard? Whoa! Glitch trap. You gotta put it down, buddy. You gotta put that down. You're gonna hurt somebody. No way! You see, Mina's skinny. Mina don't get hit by that. You? Not so skinny. You get hit by that. Alright, I'm gonna go pick that up. I'm gonna go pick that up. Oh, if you're okay with it. Be right back. Oh, cool. Do your thing. Do your thing, chicken wing. Look at this other totem because again. I know, right? Really? I do like some Glitch Trap. I like Glitch Trap because he's so fudging tall. With his bunny ears, it is kind of like a pay-to-lose skin. It's kind of like the, the were elk. Kind of like a pay-to-lose skin. You know what I mean? Oh, Scene and Benin. Gotcha. I do love that I do still see a lot of, spring traps, though. It makes me very happy. I should start playing him more. Because I really haven't played him in a while. Because I've really just been sticking with Twins and Nemesis if I do play Killer. And the odd Ghostface game, apparently. Where Elk is so at first, I was like how Raven is, I can't even, like, listen to it. But I do find it quite soothing now. It did make me super uber uncomfortable at first, and now it's a little bit more soothing. Maybe it's because I'm, like, in-game. You guys notice that? Like, you know, it's like when you're in-game, it's not as bad, but if I'm watching it, it's probably bad. It's kind of like how if you're driving a car, you don't get car sick, but if you're not driving the car, you don't get car sick. Kind of like that thing. You're like, you're in control. Yeah, so I was not like that. I was definitely team anti-Were Elk voice, because it kind of was just like, ooh. I don't know, there's something jarring about it. I don't feel that way anymore, but I totally understand anybody that's find it quite jarring, because I did it first. I think we have a command for it, too, just like to warn people, like, hey, there's a Were Elk. If you guys need to turn your volume down. The Boulay! You know what, I think... actually, I don't know if I have those. I don't know if I have those. I may have been gifted a code. Oh, is it? No, we're good. We're good. I was mentioning about how... So it's a spring trap. It's a glitch trap with the bunny ears. I was mentioning about how glitch trap is kind of like a pay-to-lose skin, because his ears are so tall. He's kind of easy to see over loops. And I was comparing it to the Were Elk, how the Were Elk is kind of pay-to-lose too, because she is so tall. Oh, dear. Wait! And we leave. Thank God. Whoa! No way! So she is skinny. It's me, I'm skinny. I don't know how that worked. Yeah! Damn, chick. What's up, Rune Dragon? Rune Dragon, happy Wednesday. Oh, no, you're good, you're good. Who has it triggering to get because of deep voice? Yeah, oh, Braver. Okay, yeah. One time, I would look. Oh, look at this little doggy. Oh, okay, what are we gonna name this doggy that's on the back of Jacob's back? What are we naming him? You guys hear that? Sounds like a groan tube. Oh, okay. Spike? I'm digging that. Ooh, a couple games. What are we playing? Hopefully I don't get cut off on this unhook. I really want to get some unhook, please. Got you. Got your love bug. Oh, wait, okay. I can't tell if he's coming. Okay, never good. Oh, I'm like inside of you. Digimon! Digital monsters, Digimon are the champions! Change into digital monsters to change the digital world. Ooh. He's gonna want me, right? Oh. Good submissive glitch trap. Oh, good. Oh, he wants to tunnel you out. Alright, that's fine. You're healed. You're fine. What am I supposed to do, Ticket? I could, but I won't. It's so low cute. Wow! Rude, I'm so proud of you. What the hecky? Oh, I'm sorry, lovey. Oh. Look at this Hi, Baymar! Okay, this is like my first time going against Baymar in 84 years. Do your thing, Chicken Wing Shabby. Do your thing. I'm so proud of you. I really want to get some cleaning done tomorrow. I think tomorrow's going to be my cleaning day. I was going to not stream today. If I did cancel stream, I was going to cancel stream today to clean. But the call of the blood points was too strong. Magical! Oh, magical chick, you are literally the hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, the most amazing person in this entire stream, and like literally my favorite person in this entire room right now. Specifically you, Magical, because you're so magical. You're gonna have to chase the other survivor like, let me touch you. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That's really funny. Jake has this man who just got caught cheating. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so triggered now. That's so, ugh, I hate that. I hate that for all of us. No, you, Magical. Oh, lovely. Didn't even know you were here. But I hear your big stomp stomps. Oh wait, are you? So the reason why I went back upstairs is because I thought I misheard. Because I saw that Tay and Dwight were also getting, Quan Tae Young was also getting chased. And that Dwight was also getting chased. So I was like, okay, well maybe they're not chasing me. But apparently he was chasing me. And I am just dumb. Hey, so anyways, I want to be part of this. Hello, lovelies. Oh, actually, run. Oh, he wants Quan again. I don't know how helpful I can be. I want to. Oh. I see. I see. Think of the forehead, QC. Oh, W. Baymar. I want to stay here for a potential flashbang / saboteur or save. You know what I'm saying? Look at them. Look, 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 look. I'm doing alright, Icy. How are you doing, homie? Oh, he's probably gonna keep chasing, no? But where does he go? Where does he go? Oh, nice. Okay. Oop. I think this is worth it, because he's still in chase. He really wants, Quan. Because that'll be his 1K, right? Why Sheboygan? That's fine. That is totally fine. That's unfortunate, but it's fine. I was hoping he was gonna go pick. What's up, baby boy? Doing good? Hell yeah. I'm excited to clean tomorrow. Is it stop devapping in Valorant? No, not again, Music Kid. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. I'm so sorry. Oh, Music Kid, you missed it. We had a really good troll earlier. Oh my god. Oh, actually, not really good troll, but we did get trolled earlier. Also, I'm sad that Spades missed it too. I'm on a red carpet. What does that mean? What does that mean? Thank you. Can I heal you? I want to heal you. Love bug. Oh, I see, I see. We protect Quan. Where is he? A fail troll. Where is he? Oh, maybe underneath? Eh? Alright, well I guess, I don't know. Should I like do the gen? Oh no, Baymar's doing the gen. Go, 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 go. Whoa! I just know I could help, you know? So I really can't help at all, actually. I really can't help at all. Damn! Ripperoonie, yeah. So they said two things I've never had anyone say to me before, Music Kid. And one of them, I'm like completely agog about, is that they said, why are you purposely trying to make your voice higher pitch, you know? And like, I don't know if you've ever heard me, but I've never had anyone tell me that like my voice sounds high. So it was very exciting for me. And then they did like, and you know, we were trying to egg them on, you know, because I'm like, I'm looking for content here. I need to make some content. And I don't know, they kept trying to make like, I said like rage bait used to be believable. So I was, oh no! I said rage bait used to be believable. Because I was like, that's like the weirdest thing to say, right? And oh, I should probably undo, no? Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't! Oh, can I do it now? No, it's only if there's... Oh, dang. If there's another person dead, I could have. Damn, that's right. But... Yeah, I guess might as well, right? Yeah, damn. GG's. GG's, homie! Ah, if only I had conviction, right? But yeah, I said, like, oh, Rage Bait used to be believable, because, like, that's the most, like, random thing. Oh, Glitch Trap Lover, GG's. That was a fun game. And then what else did they say? The only other thing that I think I remember was the... Oh, view body. They said it was view body. Sound off, all my bots. I had a troll call me a twink the other day. I'm a fat man. There's no way on earth they can be called a twink. So, okay, now this is a genuine question. Now, would the opposite of a twink be a twonk? And what is a twonk? What is that? The correct way to eat a bagel. I have cream cheese with a side of bagel. Oh my god, Panda Monster is so real. Real. Twonk is a twink honk. Oh, okay. I was gonna ask what you are, but I know that you are in a relationship with a woman. Grandma's lit. Grandma's lit what? Grandma's lit too. I named my giant Lovander Twonk and Palworld. What the fudge is a Lovander? Is that like a Pokemon? Like a Palworld Pokemon? Do you guys want to do the giveaway sooner rather than the end of stream? Like, do you guys want to do it like now? Well, not like right now. Maybe after this game. I'm not really sure what I am because I'm fat like a bear, but I'm also not hairy. Oh, yeah, okay. A fat gay guy. That is so funny. Huh. What am I? What am I? Well, I'm definitely not twink. What would I be? I'd be a bear. No, I'm not hairy. What would I be? Hi, Fanta! When do you guys want to do the giveaway poll? Because maybe I don't want to make you guys wait till the end of stream, because that's torture, right? Ugh, you guys gotta be here the entire time. Ugh, gross, I know. I would do. Oh, you're back? Okay, hold on. You love me. Do it soon? Do you guys want me to do after this game? Be a fawn, if I had to guess. A queer lady who generally likes being spoiled. With attention. Don't give me stuff, because I get scared. Hello, Shabby. Oh! Look at us! Jakes! Two Jakes. 6 feet away, because we're both gay. Yip, 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 yip. Sorry. We'll do it after this game. What do you guys think? Alright, giveaway after this game. Love, thank you. Do you like the GIF, Vanna? What's up, Drax? I love this song so much. Have a good night, Music, I love you very much. Hello. That's so cute. I love that. I hope you have the best night ever, Music, and I love you so much. Oh, V, that was kind of cute. V Bunyasak. V has such a cool name, guys. Alright. Alright, after this game, we'll put a giveaway. Should I tweet it out? Maybe I should tweet it out? I don't know. Here. Picking last giveaway winner after this next game. There we go. It's been tweeted! Loki, can I bother you? Borrow you? Can you do an @here announcement in the Discord? @here for giveaway being pulled after this next game. Por favor. If not, no worries. I'll see if I can find someone else to do it for me. But yeah, you can. Cool. Thank you, Loki. Thank you. Because I don't want to do 2 everyone pings in a day, you know what I mean? But here's fine, right? Or Naughty Squad. Oh, or Naughty Squad. You know what? If you haven't done it already, Naughty Squad. But if you have done it already, you can do whatever you want. We're gonna do hair and Noti Squad. You can do both of them! You can do both. You can do both. Hair and Noti Squad. There you go. Sorry, I'm like stressed out. Someone's outfit? Is it my outfit? You like my outfit? Whoa. Her hair is so bright. It's a ghost! Ooh, it's a scary ghost. Ooh. A panda woman that said, Panther? Shut up. Oh my god, can you guys call me a panther? Please call me a panther. Please. Because it's like a kitty. You know what I mean? Oh, that's a shabby sound. Where are they going? I don't know. Are they coming here? Yes, they are. Oh, no, they're not. Yes, they are. Okay, bye. I don't think Shabby gets out, but I did waste his time. So, yep. I'm a demi panther. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, man. I wonder what perks he has, guys. All right, someone remind me to hide into a locker the next time he hooks somebody. No. All right, I'm gonna go for the save. Oh, I'm gonna pick up this predator. Oh. No, man. Ah, you're so hot. Thank you, Loki. Thank you so much. Preach that. Hello, my name is Jacob Park. And I'm a whiny wine. And I feel your outfit gets all glitchy and flails. Wait, mine? Wait! No, I actually have to stop playing Jake. I totally forgot that there's a glitch with Jacob's Cosmetic right now. It's like pay to lose. I totally forgot about that. Oi, chamoy. And it's not even on my end. It'd be on like other people's end of the screen, you know? Oh, I don't know. I want to go this way. I totally forgot that Jake had. Oh, man. Ow, mine. Ow, mine. Hey. We can talk about this. I totally forgot that there was a bug with this cosmetic. Na 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 na. That means Jake is hunting the dredge. Ooh, this is kind of pretty, right? Everyone say hi to Spike. Hi, Spike. Ew. What are those bottom teeth? Okay, and we're pulling it after this game. Hello, Nom. Nom, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. Hi, Becky. Oh. I saw the light fade from the sky. Oh, Tommy. From the wind, I heard a cry. Woo! Woo! I was not teabagging you. Oh, okay. He knows. Oh, don't break it. Oh my. Oh, don't see me. Shh. I'm a ghost. I just want to do this. Nom, I'm gonna win. Don't jinx it. I'm joking. He saw me. I don't even have anything. I just wanted a sabotage. There's no way I can. No way. Oh, hello, loves. Whoa! I forgot about that. Nice. I forgot to get into a locker. Shite. All right. Well. Whoa! I'm sorry. I had no clue where I was. I had no clue where he was. I don't know what happened. I blacked out. Did you guys see that? I blacked out. Good morning. I did not know. Guys, it was very scary. It was nightfall, okay? Man, I totally forgot this Jacob skin had a bug. Totally forgot. The genuine panic? I have never panicked once in my life. What do you mean? Oh. Hello, lovely. See, that's a nice ass. You know what I'm saying? Right, V? The dredge is hard to go against. Oh, look at that charm. Scary. Thank you, lovely. All right, time to play the game, guys. It was Jake. Yeah, Jake, guys, it was Jake that panicked, right? Whoa, wait. What, am I here? Oh, man. What did I do? Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna drop this. You guys mind? What a fucking free drop. What did I do? You got the 5 other people to chase against. Why do you need me? Good submissive gamer does these told. Cause you're hot. Well, that's definitely not the reason. You made me think of the beginning part of the intro to the Big Time. I've never seen Big Time Rush or know what Big Time Rush is. No, are you kidding me, Shabby? Thank you for playing with me. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I know that band. You know what? If you did hear a cat sound, Jasper is here, but I don't think he's made a sound, though. But he is here. Ah! Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Cheese and rice. Holy. Alright, I'm gonna go for a save. Nope, just kidding. I'm gonna sit my ass right here. Are they still here? I can't tell. Oh, really? It may have been me. I don't know. I don't know. Could have been me. Just kidding. This is me. Oh, I just realized I get a flashbang. Whoop. Woo! Oh, that was nice. A little 720 there. Last reminder, guys, get hashtag kitten in chat if you guys want to enter and win the Blood Moon Cosmetics for for Blight, Caleb, Jacob, and Sable. Hashtag kitten. Hi, Amanda! Oh no! Oh no! Oh yes! Worth it. Hashtag worth it. Oh, sway, pussy pop, let's go. Hashtag kitten. What is that? What is that? All right, you know what? that really fucked me up. That was super unfortunate. What an add-on. That add-on's ass. Holy. Oh my god, Shabby, you're so good. I totally understand. I completely understand. Shake a dredge. Oh, okay. I think I just heard a meow. Did you guys hear a meow? Pixel's pretty. Oh, stop. I have regrets. Why did you eat too much? Spectate me. Oh wait. Do you see? Do I see my body? You know what? There was one gen left. I'll take it, right? Hi, Jojo. The dredge was... Oh, really? When the moon hits your eye like a big Jake butthole pie, that's amore. Anyways. Oh, really? Nom, do it. Please do. Whoa! Hello, Alice? They were the 100 pets? Oh my god, look. Gamer. Whoa! Guys, that was me playing. That's 100% me playing. Alice, thank you for the bits. What the heck? Also, Alice, hashtag kitten in chat if you guys want to enter into win for the DBD Cosmetic giveaway. Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I got the Blood Moon Cosmetic giveaway we're gonna do right after this game. Actually, Knife hits your eye, then you slowly die. Wait, is it really? Just so you're aware. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Alice. Actually? When the moon hits your eye. Wait, what was it again? Oh, you made it up? Oh. You liar. Alright, an ad's gonna play. We're gonna play an ad now so we don't play one during the giveaway. Before I leave. You do! Because when I get back, depending on when I get off, yeah. When the jars open wide and there's more jars inside, that's amore. That's a good one. I like that one very mucho. That's very fun. Oh, go ahead, drop that pallet. You can't. I dropped it. I got a stun though. Okay. I got a stun. She's stunned. Oh, Debbie! Sorry for the ads. L streamer plays ads. I'll do it again too. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, get his ass. Oh, I wish I got moried though. You guys feel me? I wish I got moried by the skin. The skin is so scary. It's so cool though. This is one of the fan-made ones. This cosmetic. These cosmetic. You brought a secret offering? I didn't use it on me. Oh! Oh, I didn't even realize everyone was dead. Oh, damn. Well, GG's. GG! Oh, were they in a locker? Oh, no! Clear the condensation! Oh, man. R.I.P. Oh, GG's. What add-on was that? Exit a locker. Oh, during nightfall. Damn! GG's. That was it. What was this one? When the last generator is repaired. Okay. Makes sense. Sky Satan, by the way. Oh, no, I didn't even notice. Alright. Are you guys ready for the giveaway? Alright, we're gonna do the giveaway. Are you guys here? Sound off if you guys here. Also, Danny, I don't know if you can hear me now, but your joke was really good. The moray. Shout out to morays. Moray EOs. Last chance to enter. Hashtag kitten. There's 62 entries. Remember, you guys gotta be here. Beep, beep, bop. Beep, beep, boop. Beep, bop. Beep, bop, bop. Beep, bop. Are you guys ready? Should I put on game capture so you guys will be like, oh, she's lying. 2 entries. Kyle won the first one because I accidentally drew the winner because it was a big green button and I did that instead of doing that. Ready? Ready? There's a whole, I do half an avocado in my salad. As I did do one whole one, I was like, too much. Are you guys ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nightshade Jade, are you here, lovely? Nightshade Jade, are you here, angel? Are you here? Yay! Oh my god, Nightshade Jade, congratulations! No way, holy. That's awesome. Hell yeah. My brothers in Christ, congratulations. I'm gonna send you a Twitch whisper. I'm gonna whisper you on Twitch. And this code, I would recommend using it today, like right now, because I know that these cosmetics are out of the store after today, and I don't know if there's any expiration, but I'm afraid that, you know, I'm afraid that it expires or something. I don't know. I don't know if it expires, but just use it right away, you know? As fast as you can! Yo, GG's. Congratulations. Congrats to Kaya. Congrats to Nightshade J. Enjoy your guys' cosmetics. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. I'm sorry. Raven, I'm so sorry. I wish I had more. I wish I had more to give away. But I was a greedy little sloot, and I used one for me. Because I really, really wanted I really wanted the cosmetics. Oh, I gotta remember to take off Jake. We'll just go back to Sableye. We'll go back to Sableye. Right? Because that one's not bugged. Oh, actually, let me get the giveaways out of the title, too. Hello, Sable? Wow, you lovely. Snowshoes. Here, let me get the giveaways out of the title. So. There we go. Alright, and I'm gonna go delete that tweet too. Nothing is what it says. Alright, and then we'll delete this. So that no one sees that and then goes like, oh, let me come. You know what I mean? Oh, and then let me change my pinned message too. I didn't know they're leaving today. I think so. I can't see it anymore. Because, like, usually it'll say in the corner right here where it says unlocked. Usually it'll say, like a time. I wonder if it's collections, maybe. Blood Moon. Oh, here. Yeah, okay, so all the Blood Moon cosmetics are leaving in 12 hours and 40 minutes. But they'll be back for the next Blood Moon, right? But, oh, I don't have the LED one? Only 400 y'all. Interesting. Oh, I don't have the headpiece. Oh. That's fine. Look at the body. I'm crying. Check it for, oh yes, I did do the giveaways. I'm so sorry. They're done. I won this and a Serious XM giveaway. No way! Jade, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Hell yeah, but, oh, thanks, Loki. All right, let me ready up. I think I have to, yeah, I think I do item. Toolbox. There we go. Cool. Oh, what we're gonna do, instead of breakout, we were gonna do, what was it? What were we gonna do? Oh, any means, yeah. Let's do any means. Cool. How late you going tonight? I don't know. It's only 9:20 for me, but I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Not open lobbies, but I am playing with a Shabby Tugboat.
Yum.
Shabby Tugboat. Did you want to join us, Zombie? I would love to have you. Maybe they'll bring them back. I'm sure they will. Zaria, hello, lovely. Sorry, I hope you're doing so good. Oh, let me unpin the message. Because the giveaways are done. Hi, Spades! Spades, welcome back. You would next game? Yeah, I got you next game. For sure. But Jade, I'm so happy for you. I love that. I hope you got a bunch of dopamine today. Oh, let me ready up. Oh, wait, are you ready now? Here. Shabby, do you mind if we, get zombie magic? Sorry, I thought we were in a game already. Just a potato. Wiener! Holy, how about on DBD? No problem. No problemo. Welcome back, Spade Sister. Wait, didn't someone redeem treats? Or am I dumb? Did somebody redeem treats? Should we just do treats anyway? Jasper says yeah. Jasper says yeah, you dumb bitch. Oh, sorry, love. Tweets! No, Zaria, I was up really late this morning, doing my taxes, and I paid a lot of money in taxes, so, and I was up really late doing them. You want a cat treat too? Oh, okay. So I was like, it was either I cancel stream or I do a no cam stream. So I wanted the blood points. Mickey, mwah. They go to forehead kisses. Boy, howdy. Boy, do day. Oh, you probably just got on. Sorry. Slept hard this year, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Eddie Munn said, hello! So, yeah. I did sign up for a thing to help me do my taxes quarterly now, so I'm hoping that I can start doing them quarterly, so they're not going to be, like, as spankable for me every year, but we'll see. Okay, just all my cakes. Oh, I don't even have cakes on her. You don't gotta worry about cakes, because I'm not using cakes on this one. Or I can swap to Ace Visconti very quickly. So I don't think. Who is this? let's back out. Let's back out because then I'll make a cake. Sorry, guys. Because then I can make my class with Ace. Me. Sorry, Magical Jack. I couldn't remember. I'll make a cake. Oh, does Nia have cakes instead? I just want to play a Goyle today. You guys know what I mean? I want to play a Goyle. She's 83. I'll take it. Oh. There you go. She's 83. What was I doing? Oh, not breakout, actually. Any means. Shabo. Flashbang. And what was the last one? What kind of cake would you make? I'm gonna go. Oh, Evil King. Did I give you a kissy? Mwah. Give you a forehead kissy. I make really good just like vanilla cake. I love vanilla. I just love plain just vanilla cake. And I love a little confetti cake, you know what I'm saying? Cheesecake is always good. I make some good cheesecake. Guys, what was my last perk? I don't remember. Oh. Background layer. What a shame the poor groom's bride is a hooter. Cheesecake is so yum. I'm an equal opportunity cake enjoyer except when it comes to chocolate cake. Like, I hate chocolate cake. Chocolate cake is gross. Haven't the people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No. Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't play this event as much as I, like, used to back when I was, like, a DVD creator, or, like, a DVD streamer, but I feel like, considering I'm a variety streamer, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Jesus. So pour the champagne, pour the champagne. Bailey's. Oh, you know what? I think someone's told me about that before. Maybe it was you. Makes these little cheesecake tarts. What'd you call me? Like a muffin, but it's cheesecake. It has some fruit on this. Oh my god, I've seen those. That's weird. Cheesecake tart was my nickname in college. That's so funny. Really? Oh, that sounds so yummy. Ooh, dead dogs. Our first dead dog today. Oh, cool. I chime in with the attitude people left. Whoop. Houndmaster. Whoa. Joe. Been seeing a lot of Houndmasters recently. I ain't complaining. Okay. Whoa! Chill on it, lady. Capricorn. Think of the forehead kiss. Howdy. Really? Snow, I've been getting so many of them. I ain't complaining. I just don't know how to go against them. But I suppose it's good that I'm going against so many more now, because I'm getting practice. Capricorn, think of the 5 stream streak. What the fudgies? Whoa! Woo! So anyways, Surge. Oh, I messed that up. That's right. Don't break it. Wow! Wait, when did she get there? When did you get there? When did she get there? When did she? Wait, when did she get there? My Portia. Portia's such a beautiful name, isn't it? That genuinely scared the French toast out of me. Okay. Chevy's ready to be picked up, so I'm gonna get him. Good boy. Where are we going? Yeah, over there, eh? Yeah, I would too. Shoot. My Gesundheit. Oh, hello. B90! Oh, yeah, it would've been like just a couple days, yeah. You'd have got that. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chloe. Hopefully you can get some games in before you go to work, though. She's your only P100. Shut up, I love that. Hell yeah. Let me rub your bum. Oh, I see what you want. You want what you really, really want. You want what you really, really want. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Really, really, really. Let's say, if you wanna be my lover, I'm gonna get with my friend. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I gotta tell you guys, I love streaming. I really do. God, I love it. Like, there's a reason why I've been doing this for full time for the past 5 years, right? 6 years this year. Shut up. Should we celebrate? 6 years streaming this year. Should we celebrate? Anywho, what was I gonna say? Because I didn't really do anything for my partner anniversary because I was like, depressed, the shock of nobody. Oh my god, she was depressed. Oh my god, surprise. Anywho, and I love streaming, but oh my god, streaming without a cam is so nice. Streaming without a camera is just so lovely. I really do love it. Woo! No way, 32! Oh, damn it. 32 is impressive. That's pretty, there's a lot, because, like, yeah, there's a lot of streamers. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, DBD, like, Twitter people. But then, like, think of all the people that play this game that aren't on social media. 32 is really impressive, Braver. That's crazy. Day one, shut up. Rootsy was so sweet, too. Rootsy, because I was messaging her, I was like, ugh. Because I finally was like, messaged someone, was like, guys, I'm fucking pressed, man. And Rootsy was that sucker that had to listen to me. And I messaged saying, like, you know, like, I get, like, it gets really rough around this time of year with my partner anniversary because my ex boyfriend really ruined that event for me, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry. So oh, where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Whoa! So, Rootsy had some really good advice. She said, actually I haven't responded to it yet. Sorry, Rootsy! But she had some really good advice. She's like, you know, you should just, like, celebrate, like, it on just a random day, you know? Because for the past few, like, years, I struggle with celebrating my partner anniversary. Because of, like, my toxic ex, you know? And, like, I say toxic, but also he was abusive. Like, so it's not just like, oh, like, he made me feel bad. Like, no, he, like, I got abused. Like, this is a really, like, for people who don't know, or weren't here for that abused Pixel era. Like, the guy walked in my stream naked on stream one day, and demanded I give him, oh my god, so trigger warning, by the way. Sorry, trigger warning! Like, give me, like, 60 seconds. He walked in naked on my stream, and demanded a blowjob and said that I wouldn't be able to sleep in the bed if I didn't give him the blowjob right now. And, like, he was so drunk because he was an alcoholic. He had alcohol issues. He also got arrested live on stream too. That was pretty cool. And oh my. And he did that, like, while I was live, and I was like, what the hell? And so this is the kind of, like, relationship that I had, you know? So it's not just like, oh, he made me feel bad. Like, no, like, I was abused, you know? And, like, other shit, but I'm not gonna, like, talk about that right now, you know? I haven't had nearly enough shots, as in any. Whoa! You got me, Goyle? You got me, Goyle? So, that was fun. But she had some really, Rootsy had some really good advice. And was like, you just celebrate it, just on another time, you know? Sounds eventful, yeah. Yeah. And that's not even the worst. It's not even the worst things that he did to me. That's just some of the things that happen on stream. Yippee! You know what? I actually had a really, like, awful moment with a viewer once. Because I told this story about how, like, he got arrested live on stream. And it was live, and I was on my Be Right Back screen, but my mic wasn't muted because sometimes you just, like, you miss the click of, like clicking your mic to mute it, you know? Sometimes you just miss it, right? And oh, please come here. Yes, yes, good girl, yes. And this one person was like, they weren't, like, asking me for a clip of it because they didn't believe me. They just wanted to see it. I was like, why are you, like, I'm sharing this trauma that I've had, like, with stream. And your takeaway is, man, I want to see it. It's like, fuck you. So, that was fun. I don't know, it was just a weird thing. Name and address. Oh. I've actually like no idea if he's even alive. I hope he's dead.
I really hope he's dead.
But yeah, I've never like checked up on him or anything. Mostly because I am diagnosed with PTSD, and I feel like if I saw his face, I would like fucking kill myself. I have memories that show up on like my phone sometimes, and like with Charlie or something. And oh, you saw me. That's crazy. And like he'll be in like the background of the video, and I'll hear his voice, or I'll see his like stupid, ugly, stupid face. And like, ugh. I'm gonna go down for this gamer. Do you mind? Oh my god! Oh my god! That's so frustrating. Did you guys see how long it took for me to get a heal? That's so frustrating. Like the stagger. I just sat there for 20 minutes on top of Shabby's dying corpse. Oh, GG's. Take turns talking. Yeah. Sorry for that, like, trauma bond, guys. I don't even remember why I brought that up. Oh, the partner anniversary. So yeah, that's why I never really, like, do anything big for my partner anniversary, even though it's, like, the best thing that's ever happened to me. Besides you guys, of course. You guys are part of that. But, so I never really do anything. GG's! Surge kind of carried that, especially on that small map. Surge kind of really carried that for her. That was really good. Charama! This emote is so cute. Oh, I love it. Sparkle, sparkle. Yeah, it's alright. Guys, I'm playing ad. Ad now, no ad in game. Thank you guys for the hugs. Really appreciate it. Like, I'm okay now. Like, I'm okay right now. But last week and the week before, I wasn't. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I had some other things that were triggering me from my PTSD besides the fact that, like, it was the time of the year as well. There were just some other things, which, of course, again, I'm going to reiterate, I'm not going to share what triggers me because there's nothing like, because I'm sure there are people that are hate watching me, you know, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure any streamer that has any sense or any, like, sort of following, like 10,000, 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers, or even like 100 followers, like, I'm sure there's people that, like, I'm sure there are people that are hate watching, right? And the worst thing I could possibly do right now is be like, hey guys, so these are the things that triggered me, that sent me into a PTSD spiral the other day, and then have people like start like sending me like anonymously like sending me like the things that are like triggering. It's like, oh, okay, or like say something in chat that like trigger, you know. It's like I mentioned this last week. It's like never share your deepest, darkest fears on the internet. Like, so say like your deepest, darkest fear is like open water or something. Like, don't say that on stream or on the internet, because then people can, como se dice, exploit that, you know? Whatever, Braver. Braver, come here and just kiss me on the lips. Do you mind? Is that okay? I mean, it's a little gay, but like, so am I. Hate watching, yeah. I'm sure I have hate watchers. And like, I don't care. Like, it is what it is. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I know I know the lengths that some people will go to because they don't like somebody, you know? And it's fine. It is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. I just keep being me, right? But what I can control is how much information I share. And I do, there's something, like, one of my flaws, I think, is that I do say too much, because I think I so desperately want, like, human connection. And so in this part of the tism is, like, I have, like, a too much gene, right? Where I talk too much because I think, like, oh, I think I'm bonding. And I trust people too easily. And that's another part of my trauma, is, like, I trust people too easily, but then at the same time I also keep everyone at arm's length distance because of how many people have cooked my trust, you know? Guys, I am just spilling my guts everywhere, and I have not had a single shot today. I'm not having liquor. Liquor, I barely knew her. Anyhow, what was I saying? But no, Braver, I appreciate you. I only admit stuff that can't be exploited. Oh, yeah. Another Rize. It's our third Google today. I wonder if this one will help me. Yip, yip. Oh, me. You're so skinny, queen. No, no, no! No, no, no! Oh, good girl, good girl, good girl. I don't really want to chase at Shaq, but I will. If I have to. I make this, guys? So anyways, we both have, she has good ping. I have like somewhat decent ping. I don't know about that. Hump day! Ghoul hump, yeah, I got humped earlier. Oh, she has bamboozle. Or smash, there's a smash, there's a smash, there's a smash. That's what I'm saying. Oh, and Starstruck. Okay, so she has bamboozle and Starstruck. Good to know. Ooh, Starstruck is scary with Rize, right? She has Starstruck! We don't fix it here. My birthday is the day that I had to fully cut off my old friend group. Oh my god. Yeah. I really felt like mine saying how much damage another human can do to another. And like, and the thing is, Shabby, they oh my god. I'm okay, I'm not gonna say this to make you feel worse. I'm saying this to agree that people suck. Is that people probably, like, those people that you cut out probably don't even give like 2 shits about you anymore, you know? But like, and the thing is, like, my ex, I'm sure doesn't give 2 shits about me. Here's hoping he's dead. But anyways, if he is alive, I'm sure he doesn't give 2 shits about me, right? But like, the amount of like trauma and like memories that we hold from what people have done to us, and yet these people are like, I'm not gonna, like, obviously don't know your real name, but they're like, Shabby? Oh, I don't know who that is. Oh, that person. Yeah, and then they like go off and like say some horrible thing about you that they like just happen to remember. That is probably not even true. So yeah. Yeah, people suck. Sorry, you get it. What did you say? You're my cup of G Fuel? Kyle, if I was to be a cup of G Fuel, what flavor would I be? Any gamers want to come for me? What? Help! Oh, mine. Is the Rize good? Oh, look at your fire fingers. Maiden's blood. Yummy. Okay, so how did we get starstruck from all the way over there? Does anybody know? Like, that's kind of crazy, right? Am I dumb or am I dumb? But like, how is it starstruck from all the way over there? Look at where the hook is. What? I ain't gonna lie, guys. You guys can do all the work. I'm on deadlock. Really? Oh, distressing. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's all you guys. You guys get the unhooks. I feel like I'm exempt from having to get unhooks now. Bite size kitty. Ang. Ang, ang, ang. Mwah. Think of the foyer kissy. Oh, well, that's awkward. Oh, and here I go. And here I die. Bye, guys. I'm gonna put eyeballs back on because I'm not getting any good value from my cakes. Oh, she left me? Do you think she left me because she feels bad because I'm so bad at this game? I've done that before as killer. I'm just like, sweetie, I've done that. Let's see if we can get a med kit. Ugh, I didn't bring a G Fuel today. I just brought my Snapple and then I have some leftover cherry Pepsi. What? Oh my god. I thought I opened this chest. On God, I thought I opened the chest and I got, exposed. I thought that was super funny. Super good timing. Good night, Dragon! Dragon, I hope you have the best night ever. Everyone said good night, Dragon. Ooh. There's the Tanuki. Hello, Mr. Tanuki! Oh, you're so cute! I love you! Sorry. Help is on the way, dear! Help is on the way! But I hope you have the best night, Dragon. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate that, guys. Especially on my, like, blech days, you know? I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Oh, that was totally a great skill check. Oh, okay, that one wasn't good. Whatever. Okay, Nicholas! Girl, it's not that serious. You just got... Oh, like, actually heal me. I'm sorry, I forgot. I was like, please heal me. I forgot that I was injured. I wish there was, like, this thing called a HUD that would tell you when you were injured or not injured. God, that'd be so helpful. Am I right, guys? So too stupid to figure that out. Thank you. Is a drama queen. Well, I guess that's pretty fitting, right? Only makes sense, eh?
Oh, let me any means that. Please don't break it. I want any means necessary yet. Please, please. I need this. I need this. I need it so bad. Please, please. Yes.
He slammed me, then dropped me on the hatch. Oh, wow. Okay, we'll brag about it. Damn. Unrelenting. Oh, okay, good to know. What's up, Moonbun? Moonbun, happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your guys' time zones. That's really funny. Wow. Keep bragging about how you got slammed by Wesker. Stretch! Okay. As soon as I die get... Oh, I was going to say as soon as I die get hooked again. That's synonymous. So, yeah, as soon as I get out of this game, I got you. You got all my friends? Aha. Excellent. Excellent. Oh! Shabby, I saw that. Here, I'm going to do this really quick. Do you mind? Hello, lovely. I got a gift for you. For me? Well, actually, I have a gift for you. I don't want that. You can have that. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. You can have that. Sorry. Sorry. You can have this pile of blood. Sorry. Moonbun. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Don't let me forget to do a stretch, by the way, because I will forget to do a stretch. And I think I could really use a stretch right now.
2 people are on hooks. Fuck.
I did not realize that. So here I am giving people, what am I giving them? Flesh bangs. Sorry. Do you have a good item?
Holy shit.
Yeah, I want that. Thanks, BBI Jig. That's why you guys shouldn't play with me. Zarya. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissu. Oh, okay. You know what? I thought she was gonna commit. Alright. Oh. Wait, what is happening? You're welcome. Thank you, zombie. Should have saved Pixel for shit. Yeah! I told you guys I wasn't gonna unhook anybody. I usually get dinner and a movie. You guys get movies and dinners? Oh, I forgot. I didn't mean it's not Sarah. I could have just picked that up after me doing stupid. Oh, time to shine, time to shine. Shh. Alright, I'll leave. I got the message. She does not want... I think she's saving me for last. But you can't sample that hook. Alright, well, I guess I'll find a gen to do. Oh, here. Some blood over here. Oh. Don't worry, I missed the palace save. I do see it down. And I did see that she still got hooked, so. Save the best for last. Oh. Yeah, I like that. Wait, hold on. Wait! Oh, I couldn't remember how long the animation goes for. Wait! Got her ass. Hi, Newt! Hi, Jackie. That's alright, I have conviction, guys. Wait! Wait, do you have a Mori? Oh, my... Let me tell you something. Shabby, go save. What are you doing? Shabby, you knew she was here. Not my fault. Oh! Shabby, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot you're high. Rize, I will tell you where my teammate is. I'll tell you where he is. Let me go. I'll tell you where he is. I'll sell him out. Think I won't sell him out? Oh, I'm gonna sell him the fuck out.
Yeah, go. He's right there. Get his ass.
No. Don't be cute. Killer. Yeah.
Fuck that Sable. Fuck that warrior. Yeah.
Good girl.
No way.
Shabby, you're so funny. Oh, Jamoy. Wait. Hold on. Hold on, chill. Are you letting me wiggle out? Oh. Why me? She's like, wait, get out of here. Yeah, get the table. Get her ass. Get her ass. Get her ass. Get her ass. Yeah! Yeah! Yes! Hell yeah. You look so nice and soft and easy to eat. You know, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that. I'm okay with this. PixelxKitten. What'd you call me? Thank you so much for the follow! I have anonymous follows on, but I love your username. It's very cute. Yo, GG's turtle! I love turtles, guys! Very cute. Oh, it was Alien, or Alien Things. My boyfriend told me to Mori. Mori, W, boyfriend. GG's. The voice told me to do it! Oh, man. Never mind, tossing the bricks. Thinking Twitch shirts giving you more privilege. Oh, should I keep the Twitch shirts on? Hold on. Can I customize this outfit?
Shut up, I can't.
Ew, what does the Twitch shirt look like? It's... I don't hate it, actually. Alright, I'll keep the Twitch shirts on. I love streamer privilege. Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power! That's totally Power Rangers, but you know what I mean. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, this outfit's super cute, too. Whoa! That's super hot. I should play more DBD. You should, especially with the blood moon for like the next 10 hours. Go, go, Power Turtles! What does this look like? Yeah, all these outfits are really good. Ooh! Ooh! I like that one. Teenage Mutant Power Rangers! And I just wildest dreams come true, not one of them involving you. Oh my god, did you guys hear Justin Bieber at Coachella? It's been all over TikTok for me. How he's like, really into, like, he was really like not into the song, and then all of a sudden he goes like, yeah, I'm Justin Bieber! And like he starts singing like classic Justin Bieber. It was so funny to watch. She has so good outfits, Snowy. Oh my god, I love her her Twitch shirt. Another man to me, but I gotta be about it now. Sorry. So anyways, people call me the next Haley Williams. God, it's been so good. Sorry. Just feels so good. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh, we had skull merch on this map earlier, no? You know who I want? Some sort of chainsaw having looking ass, you know? Like, give me a Billy or a Bubba. Yeah. I'll take a Springtrap. I will take a Springtrap. Watch as wildest dreams come true, not one of them involving you. You're all spiky. Wow, Sheboygan! Now, what in God's green earth did I do to you? Wait, hold on, we can talk about this. Oh, I don't get this. I don't get this. Oh! What? I thought I had it. Oh, my ping's ass actually right now. I thought I had that for sure. That was so close. Oh, plaything. Ooh, you touched my tra-la-la. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. So it's spider season right now, right? A piece of dust just fell from the ceiling that was like just the same size / shape of a spider. Oh my god, I almost had a heart attack. So I've been killing spiders left and right recently because it's stupid springtime with its stupid, oh hey homie. Stupid spiders and stupid bleh, you know what I mean? So I'm not having a great time, and I thought that was a spider just falling on my face, but we're good. Don't kill them, tell them to relocate. Actually, I'm gonna murder them. I'm gonna leave their bodies where I kill them too, so that anybody, any of his stupid spider family or any of his stupid spider friends comes over, they know that I'm not here for that. That they're gonna die, their friends are gonna die, their family's gonna die. Is that why it's raining so much? Wait, why? Because spring? Man, I really, really want to get my plaything. But I also really want to do Jones. Ooh, I want to do this. And the air vent in my dash in our van. Okay, so time to burn that. Anyway, yeah. And Grounded. Ew. Oh, wait, I've seen that. Doesn't Grounded have like an arachnophobia filter? As useful to kill flies. You know who also kills flies? Me. Pixel. And also, who also kills flies? My cats. When you kill a spider, it rains. Oh, really? Oh, is that like a, what is it called? Like a mother, like a, what's it called? It was like a story, but it's not like, what's it called? I don't remember. Old Wives' Tale, that's what it does. Old Wives' Tale. Kitties can play with spiders, or they can kill them. Balthazar is a very good bug catcher / bug spotter. Like, if I see Balthazar, my tuxedo cat, if I see him, like, eyeing someplace, like, really indignantly, like, I know there's a bug there. I love spiders. You can have them. Do you want all mine? I have, like, jumping spiders. That's my problem. I have, like, small jumping spiders all around. I manhandle them. Oh, okay. Oh. Hi, Alice! Alice, how was the pizza? 95%, they never bite me. It's that 5% that scares me. I don't like crawling things. I don't like spiders. I don't like ants. I don't like bugs. I hate them all. Burn them all, I say. Anyone gonna get shabby or... Haven't ate it yet? What do you mean? Oh, really? Oh, cool, Alice. Okay, good. Yay! So get shabby. Yep. Still need to find my totem. But I really want to undo this paillette. Do you guys mind? Get some perk value. You guys don't mind, right? Also, kind of want to find my totem, too. Wonder where my totem is. Joker! Joker. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Joker, hope you're doing so good, homie. Sorry, Marine chat. What are they gonna say? And they don't bother me. Plus, they can eat any flies. No. Men no. No. Hello, lovely. Oh, I hear someone whining behind me. Ooh. Where are you? Oh, hello, love. Let me rub your bum. Oh, W leader. Maintenant? Oui. Ah. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Oh, tu parles français? Oh, oui, un peu. I forget you're Canadian, eh? Oui. Oh, he's looking for that totem. Alright, well, I'm gonna pull you, but I'm sorry about this. Whoa, okay. Oh, you got iframes. Hell fudging, yeah. W iframes. Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Hey, let me leave my friend alone. Oh, Sheboygan. This is awkward. Ah, poops! Poops and goops, guys. I thought for sure he was gonna walk right through it, and he didn't. Now I'm fudged. Don't worry. I know Shaq Pal is still... Oh, no, we're good. We're good. my god, I ain't gonna lie, I would have ended stream. I would have just left. Honestly, honest to God, turn off my PC. Cortana, turn off. Like, Xbox, turn off. Yes. Yes. Xbox, turn off. Yes. Like, that is... that is what I would have done. Just so you guys know, if that had hit me, I would have just rage quit. I would have done it. I would not have felt bad about it. It would have been funny, though. You guys would have laughed, right? Also, shout out whoever got my plaything. You guys are very hot for that. Yo, my stomach is growling so loud. My stomach do be growling. This, what if I do one more game after this? One more? Mira, would I have been wrong? Would I have been wrong? I don't know. Should I do one more game after this? I'm quite hungry. Did get my community meals in today? That would have been so valuable. Yeah. Thank you, Mira. I care so much about what you think, so that means a lot to me. Thank you. Shabby, would you like to tickle me pickle? Whoa. Whoa! Thank you. Thanks, Sable on Sable. I think I've seen that in the hub. I'm joking. Oh. Oh, I didn't stretch after that last game, guys. You guys didn't tell me to stretch. That was weird. Whoa, 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 whoa. Woo! Wee! Watch this. Oh, I'm so dead. Yeah, that was cool though. That I wouldn't have been mad. I would not have been would not even have been mad. Would have loved it actually. Whoa! Look at you. I love it. Wait! Finally. Oh my god. Like she finally gets a palettes done. Only took 24 years. Now where the hell are you going, love? Watch him come right back out this door though, right? Okay. Wait. Wait, I almost stunned him on accident because I just M2'd to use my fuel cannon. And by fuel cannon, I mean my fuel rod cannon. Shout out to Halo. And I almost stunned him, or I almost blinded him coming out of the door on accident. That would've been so fun. Stupid iframe. Stupid flashbang, thank you. I keep forgetting that it's not M2! So bad at this game, guys. I think it's because I'm hungry. Duolingo's mad at me. I'm so hungry. What if I make this LG? Would you guys be mad if I just made this LG? No. What if we do one more? We'll do one more. We'll do one more. We'll see. There's only one gen left. We'll do one more after this. Good night, Zaria. Sorry, I hope you have the best night ever. Everyone say good night, Zaria. Good girl. Good girl, Sable. Oh, good girl. Oh, see, now this movie I've seen in the hub. Yeah. No, you. No, me. No, yo. Clear the conversation. I gotta go get my flashbang back, guys. I lost it. I don't know what happened. That was crazy. Any lockers? Cool. Good night, good night. Good night, sweet maiden of the golden ale. Only one person in chat's gonna know that reference. We get it done. We get it done. Oh, yes! Alright, okay, maybe two people will get it. Yeah? It's from the Lord of the Rings. Fellowship of the Ring. Good night, sweet maiden of the golden ale. Oh, I mind how you're sweet talking. Don't worry, Sam. Rosie knows an idiot when she sees one. Does she? Oh, it's okay, Shabby. It's alright. Oh, fudge! Fudge and fudge fudge! Yeah. Whoops. Crikey. There's a killer out there. Oh, I think he saw me. Fudge packer. Damn. I was really hoping I'd get that stun before Terminus. What the fudge? Why are you so fast? Why you come fast? He's so fast. You can drink your fancy ales, you can drink them by the flagon, but the only brew for the brave and true comes from the green dragon. Look at these. Wonder Twin powers activate. Form up an ice manura. Alright, I'm gonna stretch. That was fun. That was a fun game. Everybody start stretching. Oh, it's so good actually. Oh, God, I love no cam streams. I'm not gonna lie. If I wasn't so hungry, I'd probably go for so much longer, but I ate like 3, and it's 10 now, so I'm a little bit hungry. Yo, Noob Slayer! Yo, GG's Noob Slayer. That was fun. Alright. Who's you pointing? You're pointing to me. VTuber, right? No, you mean GIF-tuber? I heard GIF-tuber. Oh yeah. I don't think I can end the stream in 10 minutes, so I'm gonna play an ad. I know, 10 minutes early. Yikes. But I'm gonna play an ad now so there's no ad in game, and that'll be the last ad for the stream. Yippee! Unless this game is like 45 minutes, but I'm sure it won't be. Oh, my back just cracked. I'm touching my toes right now. My back just cracked. That felt really good. My knee's been hurting me. I haven't done any walk in my walking pad for the past 2 weeks because depression, and I think that's been hindering me. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'm gonna try to see if I can crack my back. Oop, okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can crack my back. Everyone, just let's see. Whoa! Did y'all hear that? Oh, I felt that. Did you guys hear that? Yo! Oh, that was nice. Ooh. Yeah, that was good. I hope you get good back. Oh, that felt very nice. Don't break your back. You know what? That's fine if I break my back, because I've lived a good life. I said good, not long. I don't know. I'm a 33-year-old lady. I think it's pretty long. Alright, LG. LG, and then what do you guys think of some marbles? You guys want to do some marbles? I have time for marbles. You guys want? Well, I mean, I have time for everything. Sorry, I choked. I have time. I have energy for marbles, is what I meant to say. Energy. What you gonna eat post stream? Probably a cook unity meal. Food. Duh. I'm joking. I don't know what I got. Something my cook unity meal. That or a salad. I'm not sure. I have a lot of salads. I fucking love me some salads, dude. I know, the fat ass loves salads. I don't believe that for a second. Shut up! I do love salads. And I do want to use up that the avocado. One more blood generator and then I'm done with the challenge. Oh, cool! It's the one that you have to do? Or just had to get done in general? Pork, chicken, gyoza, and some blanched oh my god. You had me at broccoli and you lost me at ginger. I haven't played this map in a long time. Was it Temple of Yeah. Ah, fudge me. Really? This is what you're gonna punish me with? My last game? Really? Really? Michael Myers, by the way. In case anyone was curious. Hey, thank you so much for the follow! Welcome. Whoa! Let that play out. It's the 1%! So, fun fact, I have anonymous follows on, so don't worry. We don't cut you out for following, but I do appreciate it. But, I have 5 follow alerts, and 1 follow alert only happens 1% of every follow. So, huge follow. Thank you so much. Welcome in. You are the 1%, my friend. Welcome, welcome. And truly, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Let me get a flashbang RQ. What does Hivemind do? Hivemind does something with gens, no? Like gen and like seeing gens ura or something like that, right? Like the most progress gen or something like that. Homie, are you in basement? My brother in Christ? Oh, you're in basement. Dude, that sucks. Like, homie, you were down in the dumps. Holy! What you doing down there, love? I'm in a bad cage. Oh, dang, shit.
Hopefully he doesn't come back down here because oh, fudge, fudge, fudge. No, 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 you don't like this. You don't want this. You don't want this. You don't want to catch your sauce. You don't, oh, fudge. Oh! Oh, okay. I go back down. I'll go back down. I'll go back down because the body flat. That's right. Well, not him. Not you, Shabby. Or not you. It was Michael's fat ass. Oh, fudge. Wow! Ah! So anyways. I'm so scared. Ah! I thought it was, look at my ass. Whoa. It was so scary. Highlights. Yeah, it is the jet. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I thought it was. Don't put me in basement though. That'd be so like. Michael Myers. Rawr. Wolf! Holy shit. You're my 4th resub this week. Thank you so much. What the fudge, Wolf? Woo! In pans. Thank you so much for the resub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing so good. I was like, no way he would follow me down there. Like, who follows down there when there's, like, one hook, right? It's him. That's right. Alright, so we're not gonna heal down here, right? Because I'm an idiot and I do that. But you're smart. So what the heck is happening here? What? So we need to stop dying in the basement, I think is what I'm hearing. What? 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 We need to get out of here. I can't take hits. I'm scared. Oh man. That's it. Ritzy. Oh no. This is my LG. So you know what? Do what you need to do, baby Goyle. I'm so sorry. Basement game. Oh, thank God we're out of basement though. Yep, yep. It's for Leatherface. Yeah. Look at this fake guy. I did say that I wanted a chainsaw killer, and then I got this schmuck. You know? Oh no. Guys. Oh, I can't get that. Oh god. Ah, jeez. Magical Jack, you might need to get that unhook. Oh, you did! You're so good, you're so hot! Oh, thank you. Sammy's. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I'm always winning. I hope the plant crisis is okay. Then he said, you bet I can go. That's so funny. Oh. Shabsters. What are you doing, lovely? Uh-oh. Oh my god, I thought that was Michael for a second. I got so scared. Oh, wait. You want me to rub your bum? Oh, hello, Bum Robbins. That's LG. Oh! Magical Chick's got us, don't worry. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm gonna go pick up the pallet. Because I'm a good little girl. Gosh. Holy. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Go, go, go. Rub me, rub your bum. What, really? Aha! Wait, okay, I have a question. What is everyone's current vocal stem? Or verbal stem? You know what? I had one earlier, and I was like, oh my god, I want to ask this on stream later, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, I don't think I make that. Nope. Yippee! Oh, Yippie's such a good one, yes. Trobio? What's that? No? Is like no your answer? Like no, you don't have any? Or like no is like no is your verbal stem? Oh, I think he found Hive Mind. Oh, really? You know what? I got gifted Silk Song. I haven't played it yet because I'm a bad person. Oh, no. Oh, really? Oh, canary. I can't wait to hear that. Oh, sorry, love. I can't wait to hear that. Who, wee, woo. Like that. The Discord. Wee. I love the Patrick Star. Wee, woo. Wee, woo. Wee, woo, wee, woo, wee, woo. You know that one? I love that one. It's so funny. I love Arnar. Oh, it's the captions. I really need to start working on my enunciating. I really do. Mlam. Oh my god, Mlam. That's such a good one. Mlam. Whoa, shabla, blah, blah. So anyways, that was weird. Why shabla? I'm gonna pick that pellet right back up, baby. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh, hell yeah. I just work here. Oh my god. I don't know that I need a nap one. Oh my, I need to catch up on Snap. I'm in a bad friend. I've not been watching a lot of Snaps recently because I'm a bad person. Beep boop. Like just a beep boop. Like that. Ma'am, this is Wendy. Where you going? Where you going, love? Where you going, love? Where you going, love? Where you going, love? Where you going? Where you going? Ah, poops. Alright, well. I don't know. I thought there was like a hook over here, but I'm dumb. It was just that. Well. Really? Beep boop. I love you moist, actually. Fun fact. In case you were curious. You have a locker, gosh. Fudge. Fudge is my verbal stem right now. If you guys haven't noticed, I've been saying what the fudge a lot. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave that hook. My bad. Let me get that killer away from you, honey. Honey bunches of votes. Wow! Is this killer bothering you, sweetheart? Is this killer bothering you? Is she bothering you, sweetheart? Vocal stem, is mayonnaise an instrument? Oh, hello will always be one of mine too. What is your hello like though? Is it like a hello? There's a channel my bestie's Discord server that's just the stuff I say with no context. Really? Like a out of context quotes. Hello. Oh, that's so cute, Snowy. I love that. Also, I really love your whole username, Snowy Aardvark. So cute. It's like audio when the girl had. Oh my god. Hello? Yeah. Okay. No, I'm totally putting up with your foot now. Welcome back, Ewok! Ewok, we did the giveaway winners. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. But to be fair, whoa, fudge. Whoa! It was like 3 hours. I'm so sorry. Ewok, I'm so sorry, honey. Kind of like I said, hello? Oh, you know what? You stick on this gen, I'm gonna get the unhook. It's okay. But did you have fun grocery shopping? Is that what you're doing, right? I don't remember. He's never looked behind corners ever. So anyways. I distracted him! I distracted him! Wait! I distracted him so you guys get the unhook! Oh, when the XX 60 came out. Wait, did you tell me this already, or am I dumb? Or someone else has a very similar story? Because I feel like, did you tell me this already and I'm stupid? No, because that's so cute though. That's such a good story. Did you really? Wait, what's a Pokemon blind box? Is it like for a figure or a plushie, or is it Pokemon cards? Oopsie. About wait, really? How many pigs? Really? Oh, that makes me feel so good. That's so funny. Tombstone. Wait, really? 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 Wait, is Shabby dying right now? Is that how we know? Oh, okay. So, anyways, it's Tombstone. Ah. Whoa! Take her, not me! Guys, do you think she's okay? I'm so sorry. Wait, why are you sorry? Wow! Sorry, I was reading chat for a second and then he just teleported right in front of me, so I got scared. Sorry, that was a really loud scream. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. I'll do it again. I'll sacrifice every single one of you. Ah. Wait! Wait. It's Shredder! Where? Oh, I'm running. Running. Can't you see? I mean it. But then you'll be here, and that's just you, my dear. And that's just you, my dear. Wish what? Flip, flip. Woo! Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Woo! Okay, hold on. Yes! All the jets got done. As far as I'm concerned, WinCon. Shillixel. Ew. I know. I hate it. This has been the best chase commentary. Thanks. Well, something has to be good because the sure shit ain't my loops. All the jets got done. As far as I'm concerned, WinCon. Whoa! What happened? Whoa! You're fantastic. I didn't do anything. Pikachu and friends. Okay. Oh, wait, Ewok, did you open it yet? I forgot I was on second hook. Oh. Burger. Ah, poops. Well, I guess might as well just recover, right? Oh, you just got home? What do you mean? Open in the car? I'm joking. I'm joking. Wait, did I see him? Come, come. I'm coming. Oh no. That was just a generator moving. And then to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. As you are near. Okay, I'm sorry, but that song is such an earworm. Oh, j'amoy. Do you think if I just like spit at it, like huck to, like it'll open? Whoa! You can't open yet, sweetheart. You gotta pick me up, baby. You gotta pick me up, baby girl. Pick me up. Pick me up. You can't open it. You can't open it. Hatch is open. Or hatch is closed. You gotta pick me up, baby girl. You gotta pick me up. You can't open it! Hatch is open! Or closed! Pick me up. Pick me up and give me the princess treatment that I so deserve. Give me my princess treatment. Maybe. If he smacks me enough times, maybe. Pick me up. Pick me up. I promise I won't flashbang you. God's favorite princess. I have never been called that before, but you know what? I'm gonna take that title today. Ah, poops. EKL. But look at how good I look. Getting Mori though, right? In my cushy Minecraft server, what's up, Orb? We're just in time for last game. LG! GG's. Am I squishy Minecraft football? GG's, Michael. It's been a real slice. Get it? Because he killed me with a kitchen knife. Ah. Thanks for playing, guys. Hope you guys got lots of blood points. Speaking of which, I guess we gotta put all our blood points into Ghostface for whatever reason. Easy there, Mega. It's been a real slice. Whoa, P12. Holy. Thanks for playing with me, homies. Alright, do you guys want to do some marbles? Marbles! Oh, here. So you guys have something to look at. Here you go. Nature. Violence against nature. Oh, thanks! It comes with the dism. Marbles, marbles on swim. Marble wibbles. There you go. Oh, sorry. The music! Music! Oh, sorry. I keep wanting to press buttons! I have your photo? Thanks. I made it myself. If you guys don't type exclamation point play right now, I swear to God I'm gonna lose it. Violence against nature. Oh, look! Do you guys see the top right? Look at that. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Hold on. Look at the top right. Look at that. PixelxKitten is the big wiener. So I guess I have the ghost ball. Oh, 7% brat? Yeah, that ain't right. More like inversion. All right, let's do a prediction. I have news. What's up, Troy? All right, how many balls will live? We have 9 balls in here. Can we get 10? Ooh, can we get 15? We got 10 balls. Can we get 15? 15? I need 15 balls. 15 balls. I need 15. Can I hear 15 balls? 15. Can I hear 15? 15. 11 balls. We have 4 more balls. 4 more balls. 3 more balls. 3 more balls. 3 more balls. Start a prediction. Get your points in. 12 balls. 3 more balls. We need 3 more people. Expert play. 3 balls. 3. Count them. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bark, bark, bark. Can I get 3 people to get exclamation point play? 3 people. I want the Jordan Wings go. What does that mean? Shut up. No, you don't. Troy, that is huge. Shut up! Troy, I'm so happy for you. Can we get some W Troys in chat? I'm so happy for you. Can we get some just W's? Just 13 W's in chat? I hear 13 balls. Can we get 2 more balls? 2 more balls. Exclamation point play. What are you going to go to college for? That's awesome. W. And 2 more balls. 2 more balls. Don't forget to vote in the prediction, guys. Use your channel points. Congrats. 2 more people. Exclamation point play. Can we get 15 balls? 15. Whoa, let's go! All right, can we get 20? I hear 20. We need 4 more. Yes, let's go. Can we get 4 more people? 4 more people. Hallie, you're already in there. Wait, are you not? Oh, you did poke a catch. Oh my god, someone put 1 point. Who the fuck put 1 point in? You're so funny. I'm gonna end the prediction. We got 17. We got 3 more balls. Can we get 3 more people? That's probably my favorite one, Mira. Can we get 3 more balls. 3 more balls. 3 more people. Exclamation point play. The prediction's almost over. Get your channel points in. We're gonna do 2 games. 2 games of marbles. 2 rounds of marbles. And yeah. Have a good night, Snowy Oddbug. Have the best night ever. Oh, we gotta play. Can we get 3 more people? We got 10 seconds. 3 more people. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, you're gonna go cry, but happy tears, right? Happy tears. All right, we got 17 cojones in here. Let's see. Where's my little ghost ball? Oh, they're going to the shark mouth. Where do they come out of? Wait. Where do you guys come out of? Oh god. Oh, what's happening here? Are we like in his digestive system? Oh look, you can see my ghost ball. Ooh. Yippee! Oh, I'm in first again too. Oh, okay, just kidding. Well. Where it stops, nobody knows. Oh, there's my ghost ball. Can't be. Oh, okay, Mira, if you take this away, this is the only thing I have. Mira, this is the only thing I have. Can you please not take this away from me? Please don't take this away from me. Mira, hold on. Slow down. Mira, I have one thing this entire life, and it's this record of this. Oh, 2.5 minutes, by the way. Mira, I have one thing in God's green earth, and it's this map. Being the leader of this map. I didn't do it! Look! Oh, yeah, okay, no, you're good. You're good, Mira. Wait, no, hold on, not yet, hold on. Shh. Just get stuck somewhere. Just get stuck. I promise, it'll be okay. Mira! Get stuck. Yeah, right there. Good girl. Just get stuck right there. No. No! Guys, I want pizza so bad. Mira's like, no! Ghost. Yeah. Whoa! Ghost ball! Come on, Mira. Come on. Take it from her. See what happens. Come on. See if you stay mad. I'm joking. Oh my god, I'm so joking. But seriously, if Mira wins, we're gonna need a space for a new mod. I'm joking. There's a lot of track left. It really is only a race between Mira. Oh, Space! What did you get here? The power of Pally. Mira died! No, it's funny, I didn't even have the camera on her, so I don't even know how she died. Alright, Spades. Remember, Spades. If you overtake me... Really? Oh, Troy, how long did other people know? 07. No, thank you, Zombie. I really appreciate you and everyone for playing with me. And just hanging... Oh, bye, Zombie. And just everyone for hanging out with me today. Especially, like, on a no-cam stream. Like, I just assume that no one's gonna be here, you know? You know, I'm Syed. So, it really does mean a lot that you guys are here. So, thank you. What's this called? Kerplunk? Or something? Kerplunk? How did you die? You're the only one that died, Mira. What happened? Oh, it looks like that thing from Plants vs. Zombies. You know, the little pea shooter? Oh, my teacher's walking up to me and saying, really? Oh, L teacher. Looking for new mods? Leon's mods? We can talk about it in the Discord. The consensus is astounding no, but you know, it's right. We're talking about it. I'm joking! I'm not so shabby. Supernova. Who's next? See, Mira, see, that's why I keep you around. Kyle. Me! Oh my god, if I died, I was gonna laugh so hard. Oh man, no habla español. Lo siento. That's Spanish, right? Like what you just typed? Sorry. Oh, Braver died! Braver, what happened? Oh no. Raven lived though. That's exciting. Loki is just enjoying the view from up there. Oh! Oh, bye Loki. Oh no. Oh, W teacher. Okay, I thought they spoiled it for you. Alright, Zombie, you have one job to do. Oh, okay. Final results. Well, there's the prediction for you guys. There's the prediction. We had 7+ balls lived. We had 13 people lived. Oh, really? It's so random, Kyle. What the heck? 7+ balls lived. Let's do another prediction. I died first. You know what? Head mod. That's funny. Let's do another prediction. We'll change it to do what? Because we had what? 13 people play? We'll do 0 to 7 and then 8+. Yeah? Alright. New prediction. Random track. We'll leave it over for a second until they say something else. Oh, because she went head first. Alright, exclamation point play. Can we get... How many people did we have play? Oh, we had 17 people. Okay, well, the prediction's still a little skewed. That's right. Torn and daily defeated by you. But night, I read the matter. Yeah, but what was the context, though? Holy!
Clap, clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap.
Clap, clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap. Shut up, Kodiak. I can't say that because it's your birthday month. Everyone say happy belated birthday to Kodiak. Kodiak, thank you so much for the 21 months. I know how to count. Thank you for the 21 months. Holy! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. Your ad-free view and your sub badge. Kodiak, thank you so much. You're my 5th resub this week. Holy moly, guacamole, artichoke, baba booey. It really means a lot. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy your emotes. Also, exclamation point play. Get your balls in here. We have 12 balls. That's 5 less balls than last round. Can we get 3 more balls? 3 more balls? Hell yeah. Lots of drinks. Hell yeah, brother. What are you gonna drink? 14 balls. Can we get one more? One more person. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play. I'm sorry. I gotta work on enunciating. Exclamation point play. One more. Gonna get one more ball. One more cajone. Oh, maybe that's why they thought I was supposed to finish. Anything in a fancy glass? Even Malort? I'm joking. Yes! Alright, cool. Thank you. Alright. Thanks, magical chicks. Why are you my favorite? Alright, let's get our balls in. Wait, we did the prediction, right? It's over? Cool. Alright, this is the last one, and then we'll rate out. Okay, doesn't this look like a butt? It doesn't look like that's, like, their butt? Whoa, Canary, chill. Oh, we don't have a ghost ball on this map, so whoever wins this map will be our new ghost ball. Whee! I hope people die in this map. Whoa! Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, this is okay. I'm liking this. Oh, dun. I like that a lot. Wait, can we do that again? Wait, hold on, guys. Go back. It was really cute. I liked. Oh, we're gonna hear it again. Okay, we're good. Oh, I like this map a lot. It's like my favorite one so far. Oh, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, imagine this with like 600 people. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if there was like 600 people and there was like, oh, magical chick, no! No, you were the chosen one! Oh, Supernova Spades! Wait, what are you guys dying from? What happened? Oh, me? What did I do? Oh. No way. No, that was a fun map. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, what was the prediction? It was 8+. No, Canary is the reason why the 2.7K people won at 47%. GG's, 8 people. GG's, that was a fun one. I like that one because 1, it was fast, and 2, a lot of people died, and 3, it was visually and audibly exciting. Yo, GG's, Ewok, GG's. That was very fun. All right, let's find someone to raid. Let us find someone to raid, yo. Basically broke even. Oh, did you really? That's funny. Oh, yeah. I did not raid them, right? Guys, did I raid Lily recently? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. Oh, Loki! Thank you for your 105 stream streak. Holy. Thank you so much, Angel. Thank you. I'm waiting for my Twitch to load. Oh, nope, they're raiding now. Damn it, Lily, let me do, like, can I raid you ever? Fudge. Alright, well, Lily's out. Alright. Let's find someone else to raid. I think it's the second time that I've wanted to raid Lily, but she ended. Like Shokai. You know what? Someone's playing Windrose, and I'm literally listening to Windrose right now. So what are you playing? What is that? Pooh is doing a diggy down. Yo, you guys can kind of see him do a little diggy down. So cute. Oh, here. Let's raid you then. Oh, you know what? No, I haven't raided you in a minute. All right, we're raiding you. Guys, we're gonna raid Slasher Bunny. Slasher Bunny is one of our mods. Very tall, very talented, very handsome. But, like, more importantly, one of our mods. Oh my god, I thought my PC just shut off. Okay, well, my Twitch isn't loaded, so I'm just gonna plug it in. Alright, guys, we're gonna raid Slasher Bunny! You guys did tell Slasher Bunny how tall and talented and handsome she is. And I hope you guys are the best ever. Thank you guys again so much for hanging out with me on a no-cam stream. That's seriously so cool. I really appreciate you guys. Troy, so proud of you. Alice, so proud of you. Chloe, so proud of you for sticking out with your job being poopy pee-pee butts. Proud of all of you guys just for being here and you know what, going through the next day. Because you know what, if that's the only thing that you did today was just wake up, I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad you guys are here. Make sure you guys tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. I'll see you guys on Friday. We might have another giveaway to do on Friday. I know. I'm just giving away a bunch of shit. I'm like a giveaway channel now. But thank you. Truly, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys on Friday. I'm gonna go eat some food. And remember that you guys could be kind. If you guys could be anything in this world, be kind. Love you guys. Bye-bye. I have a puppy who keeps licking my fingers. I always stick my finger in your mouth.